Chapter 191. Although Master Bai Yun's suggestion was correct, it was still possible to focus on one aspect and advance to the transcendent realm before developing the other two. However, Ling Xiao had a different idea. He felt that since the 9th level of the martial vein was the foundation stage, if he did that, he would definitely become crippled. Once he advanced to the transcendent realm, there would definitely be a huge drawback. Therefore, he decided to focus on his soul, inner strength, and body. After all, he had always been doing this: soul ignition, art, snow, lotus truth, and heavenly dragon golden body. Together with his shadow cultivation secret technique, he could definitely achieve the same level of development. All right, the questions are over. You can all go back and prepare to move to Bai Yun Temple. This place is more free and quieter. It's more suitable for cultivation. After the 12 people finished their questions, Master Bai Yun waved his hand and said, "Master, this disciple has a presumptuous request. I hope you can agree to it." Ling Xiao did not forget his thoughts. "Speak. Can I have the fragments of the 7-star flower?" Ling Xiao asked. "Ling Xiao, are you crazy? How dare you make such an unreasonable request?" Fei Yu questioned. He was really afraid that Ling Xiao would offend Master Bai Yun and cause them, the new disciples, to be kicked out. "It's fine. Can you tell me, what do you want those fragments for?" Master Bai Yun waved his hand and signaled Fei Yu to stop talking. He then looked at Ling Xiao and asked, "This disciple is just curious." Of course, Ling Xiao would not tell the truth. "Forget it. It's impossible to save the shattered 7-star flower anyway. If you like it, take it." Master Bai Yun glanced at Ling Xiao. To be honest, he felt that this young man was a little strange. He clearly saw through everything, but he felt uneasy, as if he was missing something. He was probably overthinking it. He was just a young man, without any special constitution. Even if he had something special, so what? With a bitter smile, Master Bai Yun simply agreed to Ling Xiao's request. In fact, it was just as he had said. The shattered 7-star flower was no different from ordinary glass shards. Ling Xiao carefully placed all the fragments of the 7-star flower into his storage ring. He did not dare to casually open his mountain river world here, for fear that Grandmaster Bai Yun would discover it. The mountain river martial spirit was too miraculous. He was afraid that Grandmaster Bai Yun would be greedy, which would be troublesome. After the 10 new disciples left, Master Bai Yun looked at Ming Tian and Zuolong, who were still in the True Spirit Palace, and said, "The 2 of you have been following me for 3 years. You have performed very well in all aspects. From today onwards, I will impart to you 2 an absolute art. You must learn it well." Zuolong and Ming Tian looked at each other with joy on their faces. In the past 3 years, although they had received a lot of pointers from Grandmaster Bai Yun and learned a lot of things, they had not learned Grandmaster Bai Yun's true secret technique. This transcendent warrior was very cautious. Even if it was a true disciple, he still had to test loyalty and other factors. 3 years was a transition period. Other than Ling Yixue, the 10 people who had become his disciples today were actually not worth mentioning when compared to the 2 youths in front of them. Ling Yixue was a little special. He did not intend to impart any absolute art to her. Naturally, he had other intentions for keeping her by his side. After walking out of the True Spirit Palace, Fei Yu immediately blocked Ling Xiao's path. "Ling Xiao, you are crazy. We have finally become Grandmaster Bai Yun's disciples. How dare you ask for anything from him? Do you want to cause everyone to be driven away?" At this moment, Ling Xiao's mind was focused on the Mountain River world. His soul had already entered the Mountain River world and was studying how to repair the 7-star flower. According to his analysis, the 7-star flower could be repaired through the creation ability, but it required some materials. 1 fine grade artifact, 100 aura chi pills, 1 millennium snow lotus, and 10 natural crystals. This was the list given to him by the Mountain River martial spirit. He had the aura chi pills and the millennium snow lotus. What he lacked now were fine grade artifacts and natural crystals. The ice glass sword and breeze sword in his hands were only mortal grade artifacts. They were definitely not enough. As for natural crystals, they were not that expensive. 1 piece was 1,000 gold taels. 10 pieces would be 10,000 gold taels. He could afford it. The problem was that natural crystals were hard to come by, especially the higher grade ones. Ling Xiao, I am asking you a question. Seeing that Ling Xiao did not reply for a long time, Fei Yu was clearly annoyed. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and looked at Fei Yu. If he is going to drive us away because of such a small matter, then Grandmaster Baiyun is only SOSO. Do you think Grandmaster is that kind of person? You are twisting words and forcing logic. Fei Yu roared. I am twisting words and forcing logic? Am I asking for too much? It is just some fragments of the 7-star flower. Do you dare to swear that you will not ask Grandmaster for anything in the future? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Of course, Fei Yu did not dare to swear. He wanted to become Grandmaster Baiyun's disciple. Naturally, he wanted to obtain benefits from Grandmaster Baiyun. If he did not ask for anything, then what was the point? He was just using Ling Xiao as a pretext to make a fuss. You what? If you have nothing to say, then get out of my way. I still have things to do. Ling Xiao was not afraid of Fei Yu at all. Although Fei Yu was a peak 7th level martial vein martial master, and he did not have much confidence in winning, it was still impossible for Fei Yu to injure him. Humph, I really don't know what you are so arrogant about. You are merely 4.5 stars. You are not even comparable to Jiewu and Zhu Hua, not to mention senior brothers Waleng and senior brother Mingtian. Fei Yu coldly snorted. That's right. Among all of you, only Ling Yixue is passable. However, Ling Yixue's control of her potential is too weak. Fei Lu also stood out and said, You should know that when senior brothers Waleng and senior brother Mingtian took the test, their potential reached 7 stars. Moreover, their 7-star flowers did not shatter. Their potential is not inferior to Ling Yixue's, but their control is better. Did you hear that? If you have potential but can't control it, then you can't use it. It is meaningless. Fei Yu looked at Ling Xiao and sneered. Don't think that you can do anything just because your cultivation has increased quickly. If your potential is not good enough, then you will never be able to reach the Transcendent Saint stage. So, you should learn to be obedient in front of us. Is that so? I really want to see who will be the first to break through to the Transcendent Saint stage. Fei Lu and Fei Yu's words shocked the other geniuses. However, Ling Xiao was different. Although he was a little surprised, he did not feel bad about it. Instead, it aroused his fighting spirit. Shameless boasting. Fei Yu said disdainfully. Ling Xiao did not say anything and continued to walk out of the Baiyun Monastery. When the group arrived outside the Baiyun Monastery, they realized that there were many people standing outside. Among them were the latent dragon camps Yin Ran and Hua Nanin, as well as the Heavenly Ninja Academies Li Xinghui and Shi Yulian. In addition, Lin Zhe, Wan Ben, the Baiyun Monastery's Taoist Ren Yi, and the 9 Moons General were also there. Ling Xiao even saw his old enemies Shi Long and Li Yunsheng. They were now following Wan Ben to do things for the ninja clan. Ling Xiao, I challenge you. Chapter 192. Li Xinghui had long hated Ling Xiao during the Heaven Peak Cities tournament. Later on, he found out that his brother Li Xingyun was killed by Ling Xiao. Even when Li family's practitioners besieged Ling Xiao that day, many of them died in Ling Xiao's hands. So Li Xinghui had always wanted to take revenge. He came to Sky Cloud City earlier than Ling Xiao and broke through to the 7th level of the martial vein earlier. After all, when they were in Heaven Peak City, his cultivation was much higher than Ling Xiao's, and he was already at the 6th level of the martial vein peak. Adding on to the fact that after the test, his potential wasn't considered low. All 3 categories were 3 stars, 90%. Among the ordinary practitioners, he was considered to have high aptitude, which was close to the peak. After coming to Sky Cloud City, he received Wan Ren and Sky Ninja Academy's nurturing. Now that his cultivation was at the 7th level of the martial vein middle stage, he was confident that he had already surpassed Ling Xiao. He hated that Ling Xiao had always been hiding in the latent dragon camp, so he didn't have the chance to seek revenge on Ling Xiao. Today they met here, and his potential was even lower than Ling Xiao's, so how could he possibly give up on this opportunity? Ling Xiao was about to reject when he suddenly thought of the materials he needed to restore the 7-star flower and changed his mind. You can challenge me, but there has to be a reward. Tell me, Li Xinghui said. 1 fine quality treasure and 10 natural crystals. Ling Xiao didn't ask for much. As long as he could gather the materials, he would be able to restore the 7-star flower. All right, I promise you, but we have to go up to White Cloud Observatory's Life and Death Cliff and sign the life and death contract. We will fight to the death. Li Xinghui gritted his teeth. Have you thought it through? Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who killed indiscriminately. He killed Li Xingyun because Li Xingyun killed his family. He killed Li family's practitioners because Li family's practitioners had besieged his family. But Li Xinghui didn't have any deep hatred with him, and it wasn't to the point where they would fight to the death. Why are you afraid? Li Xinghui said coldly. Is the latent dragon camp's commander-in-chief such a coward? That's right, that's right. Latent Dragon Camp is full of cowards. Coward! Many geniuses from the Heavenly Enduring Academy began to jeer. Wan Ben also said, as a warrior, you should disregard life and death. Only when you are between life and death can you have a breakthrough. I say, Lin say, this disciple of yours doesn't look like much. He's just kind-hearted and doesn't want to kill too much. Lindsay said calmly. Ha ha ha, I think he's just afraid of death. Wan Ben mocked. Fine, since you want to die so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Go to the life and death cliff and sign the life and death letter. However, I'll add one more item to the prize, and that is a quasi-transcendent martial arts technique. No problem. Wan Ben answered for Li Xinghui. Today I am here. If Li Xinghui dies, I will give you what he owes. With Lord Governor's words, Ling Xiao can rest assured. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then he and Li Xinghui signed the life and death agreement in front of everyone. After that, everyone went to the White Cloud Monastery's Life and Death Cliff. This life and death cliff was originally a place used by Sky Cloud City to settle disputes. If the law couldn't solve the problem, then they would use force to solve it. On the life and death cliff, regardless of life or death, no one needed to be responsible. Ling Xiao stood there and almost became everyone's focus. Even Master Bai Yun, Zuolong, and Ming Tian, who were in the True Spirit Hall, were watching this battle through a special mirror. I've long heard that there's a 14-year-old genius in the latent dragon camp called Ling Xiao. Is that him? That's right. He's only 14 years old, and he's already a martial master. This kind of innate talent is really shocking. No wonder he was chosen by Master Bai Yun as his disciple. I heard that he seems to be able to use many kinds of martial arts remnant soul. I wonder if it's true. It should be true. This kind of rumor isn't baseless. After all, he's the one who defeated Lu Xing. Li Xinghui had also defeated Lu Xing before, so there's nothing to be proud of. Well, that's right. When Li Xinghui had just advanced to the early 7th level of the martial vein, his strength had already surpassed Lu Xing's. Coupled with the cultivation of Governor Wan Ben, he's now a mid-7th level martial vein martial master. His strength is definitely above Lu Xing's. I've also heard that Li Xinghui would have been sent out if it weren't for the fact that the latent dragon camp was too weak. I didn't expect Lu Xing to suffer a loss. If I had known earlier, I would have sent Li Xinghui. Yes, potential doesn't represent strength. Ling Zhao's potential may be higher than Li Xinghui's, but his strength is definitely not as good as Li Xinghui's. It'll be a pity if he dies today. Do you think Master Bai Yun will intervene? If Ling Zhao was a true disciple, it might be possible. However, he's not. Master Bai Yun has never cared too much about his disciples. This was obviously what someone who knew the inside story said. In any case, in today's battle, although there were a few people who supported Ling Zhao, most people didn't think that Ling Zhao would win. Especially in the life-and-death battle, Li Xinghui was too brutal. He displayed his animal martial soul to the fullest. They felt that it was a pity that Ling Zhao's potential was higher than Li Xinghui's. In the future, he would definitely surpass Li Xinghui. It would be a pity if he died here today. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Ling Zhao had an impulse to laugh. Most of these people were seeing him for the first time. Hadn't they heard that he had defeated Li Xinghui in Tianfeng City? He would never lose to someone who had won once. Ling Zhao, your potential is indeed good. I didn't expect that you're stronger than me. Li Xinghui stood there and looked coldly at Ling Zhao. He said, however, you have to understand that no matter how strong your potential is, you'll still die if you don't have strength. In his eyes, it was as if Ling Zhao had already become a corpse. Ling Zhao said indifferently, you're right. Without strength, it's useless no matter how good your potential is. If you die, you'll have nothing left. It's a pity that you're the only one who will die today. Shameless boasting, Li Xinghui shouted. Don't think that you can still defeat me today just because you've defeated me before. With your strength, you'll only be an average disciple in the Sky Ninja Academy. The latent dragon camp is not even worth mentioning. Wan Ben was probably the one who ordered Li Xinghui to belittle the latent dragon camp in front of Lin Zhe. Lin Zhe was unhappy, but he couldn't be calculative with a level 7 martial master. He could only hold back his anger for the time being. Seeing Lin Zhe's expression, Wan Ben laughed secretly. He pretended to glare at Li Xinghui and said, nonsense! How can the latent dragon camp's strength be slandered by a brat like you? Although they lost the sparring matches at the end of the month, you can't say that. Li Xinghui said indifferently, I'm frank and outspoken. I'm just speaking the truth. If I've offended General Lin and the latent dragon camp, please forgive me. Frank and outspoken. Ling Zhao was the commander-in-chief of the latent dragon camp, and he respected Lin Zhe. Li Xinghui's slandering of Lin Zhe and the latent dragon camp had already made him very unhappy. I wanted to give you a chance because it wasn't easy for you to cultivate to the martial master realm. However, your words have already made me very unhappy. If I can't defeat you in 6 moves, I'll kill myself on the spot. Ling Zhao's words were cold and resolute. However, as soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Chapter 193. Hearing that Ling Zhao could defeat Li Xinghui in 6 moves, Lin Zhe shook his head and sighed. General Yu smiled bitterly. Ling Zhao is still too young. That's why he's so impulsive. It's not worth it. If he can't win in 6 moves, is he really going to commit suicide? That's not worth it. I don't think so. Ling Yixue's cold eyes were filled with conviction. She and Ling Xiao came here from the Ling family in Tianfeng City, so she knew Ling Xiao better than anyone else. General Yu shook his head and smiled bitterly. Miss Yixue, do you really think that Ling Xiao can defeat Li Xinghui in 6 moves? That's not possible. Although I'm not happy, if I'm not wrong, Li Xinghui is much stronger than Shirley and Hua Nanin in our latent dragon camp. I remember that Ling Xiao defeated Hua Nanin in 50 moves, right? Ling Yixue didn't say anything, but she smiled lightly. When Ling Xiao fought Hua Nanin, he was only training himself. Otherwise, he would have finished her in 10 moves. The current Ling Xiao was more than twice as strong as before. No one was optimistic about Ling Xiao's chances. Even the geniuses from the latent dragon camp were shaking their heads secretly. They felt that Ling Xiao was too arrogant. He was usually a steady person. So why was he so different today? On the Heavenly Ninja Academy's side, Fei Yu and Fei Lu were sneering. They wanted to avenge Fei Mu and Fei Yun, but they didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so stupid and arrogant. It seemed that this idiot was going to commit suicide today. Such a way of dying was not only stupid, but also embarrassing. It was the biggest joke in the world. Lu Xing, who had fought with Ling Xiao, also muttered, "He really doesn't know what's good for him." He had fought with both Ling Xiao and Li Xinghui, so he knew their strength very well. In his opinion, Ling Xiao might be able to defeat Li Xinghui, but in 6 moves, he was simply too arrogant. In the latent dragon camp, Shirley and the others hoped that Ling Xiao could really defeat Li Xinghui in 6 moves. After all, Li Xinghui's words were too harsh. He did not take the latent dragon camp seriously at all. However, even they felt that it was very unlikely. Such arrogance! Li Xinghui roared, and his clothes fluttered without wind. The silhouette of a white tiger became clearer and clearer behind him. Then a white light burst out from his body. His feet moved, and a crack appeared on the solid rock floor. Then he pounced forward like a ferocious beast. His hands were like tiger claws as he suddenly grabbed at the air. Kacha! The air was torn apart by the tiger claws, and the silver-white light claws flew out from his hands. Then they turned into 4 or 5 times the size of a tiger claw in the air and covered Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was standing there. He had no intention of dodging or retreating. His originally ordinary aura suddenly became fierce. Behind him, the silhouette of the blood knife ancestor became clearer, especially the ancestor's eyes, which were filled with evil charm. It was obvious that he was someone who did not play according to common sense. Oh my God, both of their incomplete martial souls have reached 70%. They're on par with each other. A cry of surprise broke out from the crowd. It had to be said that Li Xinghui's improvement was very fast. When he was in Tianfeng City, his incomplete martial soul was only 10%. Now, it had reached 70%. However, it seemed that his incomplete martial soul was not very stable. He must have used some medicine to forcefully increase it. After all, Wan Qi was the governor of Baiyun province. He had more resources than Lin Zhe. Moreover, he had the ninja tribe and the Blue Eyes tribe behind him. At this moment, Ling Xiao did not care about the shouts in the crowd. He unsheathed the ice-glazed sword, and waves of terrifying sword chi gushed out from his body. He seemed to have turned into a sharp sword and was constantly accumulating power. He was waiting for a terrifying explosion of power. First move. Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword. As he shouted, his figure became unpredictable. His sword's momentum was also erratic. His figure was like a ghost. It was completely illogical. Rip! The silver-white tiger claw directly pierced through Ling Xiao's body. However, it was just a meaningless afterimage. Bang! Behind the afterimage, a huge rock was crushed. It was enough to show the terrifying power of Li Xinghui's claw. However, the crowd did not have time to be surprised because Ling Zhao's sword had already stabbed towards Li Xinghui's heart from a strange angle. Since it was a battle of life and death, Ling Xiao did not intend to be merciful. Being merciful in such a battle was simply courting death. After all, Li Xinghui still had the ability to kill him. How can this sword technique be so strange? Li Xinghui was shocked. He did not expect that there would be such a terrifying and strange sword technique in this world. It was clearly him who had made the first move and was about to hit Ling Xiao. However, in the blink of an eye, the situation had changed. Ling Xiao had seized the opportunity to take the initiative, and he was now in a passive position. However, at this time, even though he was shocked, he had no time to marvel. Danger was in front of him. He frantically accelerated the circulation of the vital essence in his body. Purple crystal divine skill. With a roar, the vital essence in Li Xinghui's body quickly gathered in front of his chest. After the silver-white light converged, it quickly condensed into a strange, beautiful crystal-like shield. This shield was diamond-shaped and looked as thick as a solid object. It did not look like it was condensed of vital essence at all. He believed that its defense would not be low. At the same time, Li Xinghui's whole body was wrapped in a layer of purple-blue aura. This was also the effect of the purple crystal divine skill. A disdainful sneer appeared on Ling Zhao's face when he saw this. The ice-glass sword in his hand did not change. However, this sword had condensed more snow lotus vital essence, and its penetrating power became even more terrifying. Qi, the seemingly thick purple crystal shield, did not have the slightest effect and was instantly pierced by the sword. Then, the purple crystal shield shattered like glass. It did not have any blocking effect at all. Impossible. How could the purple crystal shield be broken? Due to his excitement, Wan Ben actually couldn't help but smash a huge rock beside him with his palm. The rock fragments flew, scaring the nearby Heavenly Ninja Academy disciples into hurriedly retreating. However, there were still a few people who were covered in blood. It was no wonder that Wan Ben had lost his composure. The purple crystal divine skill was a top-grade defensive martial art in Heavenly Ninja Academy. It could be said that even a quasi-transcendent martial art could resist for a long time. It was impossible for a martial artist of the same realm to break this purple crystal shield in a short time. However, the reality was that Ling Xiao, who was at the early 7th stage of the martial vein realm, had broken the defensive martial art that Heavenly Ninja Academy was so proud of with a single sword. His true yuan should be all quasi-transcendent true yuan now. The Baiyun monastery master was still a Taoist master. He could be considered a bystander, and said softly to Wan Ben, "Those shattered rocks did not pose any threat to him, so he did not move at all. Quasi-transcendent vital essence. This kid actually cultivated a quasi-transcendent internal strength mental cultivation method." Wan Ben was taken aback again. Heavenly Ninja Academy also had quasi-transcendent internal strength mental cultivation methods, but it was not something that could be cultivated. Cultivating quasi-transcendent martial arts, if one's aptitude was not at the peak of the mortal body, then the possibility of failure was very high. There was even a possibility of cultivation deviation. Chapter 194. "Get out of my way," Li Xinghui roared. The purple crystal true yuan condensed around his body to a single point, finally slowing down Ling Zhao's sword attack and preventing his heart from being pierced. Not only that, the furious Li Xinghui tried to reverse the situation. His left hand controlled the purple crystal true yuan, while his right hand formed a tiger claw. Then, with a terrifying tiger roar, he directly grabbed at Ling Zhao's head. Strong winds wreaked havoc. Ling Xiao felt a sharp pain on his face, as if the skin on his face was being torn apart. Even his hair was blown up. However, his opponent could attack with his bare hands. He could do the same. Meteor strike. Boom. The energy that was originally exploding in all directions was forcibly condensed together by Ling Xiao using a mysterious method. It looked like a black hole swallowing a meteor. The originally large range attack instantly became a one-on-one fixed-point attack. A terrifying amount of true essence condensed on Ling Xiao's left fist, and he punched out with a ferocious fist force. It collided with Li Xinghui's claw. Above their heads, an illusory white tiger and an illusory blood knife ancestor clashed. There was no instant explosion, as if they were devouring each other. Terrifying energy continuously surged out from their bodies. At this time, the terrifying aspects of Ling Xiao's true yuan and martial soul were revealed. His true yuan was the quasi-transcendent Snow Lotus true yuan. In the process of confrontation, it constantly froze Li Xinghui's true yuan, causing the true yuan that his opponent could use to decrease. Not only that, but the Mountain River martial soul's ability to devour true yuan was also devouring Li Xinghui's true yuan and transforming it into Ling Xiao's own true yuan. As a result, the collision that seemed to be evenly matched at first finally erupted in an instant. Boom! A thunderous sound exploded between the two of them. The purple-blue light and the snow-white light collapsed, shooting in all directions. Not only was the momentum great, but the scene was also shocking. Not good. The spectators hurriedly blocked the overflowing aura. Those who were strong set up a thick, true yuan shield in front of them, blocking the impact of the terrifying aura. As if a crossbow arrow had shot at the shield, it actually made raindrops smashing sound, and the shield was also constantly shaking. Those who were weaker could not block it and could only turn around and fly away, avoiding the terrifying aura. Even so, many people were still injured. On the life and death cliff, regardless of life and death. This was not only for the two parties, but also for the spectators. To die here? To be more precise, it was Li Xinghui who suddenly retreated because he had suffered a great loss in the battle. Ling Xiao only slightly calmed his chaotic true essence before thrusting his sword out once again. Due to the increase in his strength and the change in his Jinyuan, the might of his previous sword moves had increased significantly. The way... Damn it! Li Xinghui had just stood firm, and before he had time to think about what to do, he saw Ling Xiao's attack coming again. He was helpless. Even though he was furious, he was suppressed by his opponent. He really had nowhere to vent his anger. At this time, he could only urge all the true yuan in his body and completely condense it on his legs. He then flew up and kicked Ling Xiao's sword, aura. Crackle! The true yuan on Li Xinghui's legs was broken again, and the remaining sword, aura, went up, injuring Li Xinghui's meridians. Not only that, but the ice glass sword also left a deep wound on Li Xinghui's right leg. The two staggered, and Ling Xiao's ghostly figure finally appeared again. The continuous attacks did not kill Li Xinghui, so he had to take a rest. Am I seeing things? This is too unbelievable. The two have only exchanged 3 moves, and Li Xinghui was seriously injured. Could it be that Ling Xiao really has the strength to kill Li Xinghui in 6 moves? It's too scary. The quasi-transcendent true yuan is more terrifying than I imagined. True yuan against true yuan. How terrifying would it be if it was transcendent true yuan? It's not just about true yuan. Didn't you guys notice that Ling Xiao is much better than Li Xinghui in terms of timing and flaws? This guy is too calm in the battle. It's so calm that it makes people's scalp numb. There are still 3 moves left. Li Xinghui can still take it. This guy is also very fierce. If he really can't take it, not only will he lose face, but he will also lose his life. He was so sarcastic to the latent dragon camp before, but he was killed in 6 moves. Even if he dies, I'm afraid his reputation will spread far and wide. Yeah, if he can't take it, he'll die and his reputation will spread far and wide. If he can take it, he'll die and his reputation will spread far and wide. Everything depends on these 3 moves. Seeing Li Xinghui's right leg bleeding and blood spurting out from his mouth, the spectators were all shocked. Even Lin Zhe and Wan Ben were shocked. In the true Spirit Palace, Master Bai Yun also frowned. He did not expect Ling Zhao's fighting style to be so extraordinary. Although he did not have any advantage in terms of martial technique or strength, he was able to suppress his opponent as if he could see through all of his opponent's attacks. Did this old man really do something wrong? Master Bai Yun did not listen to Lin Zhe and did not choose Ling Zhao as a pro-disciple. He was really confused now. Although transcendent realm martial artists looked high and mighty, they were just newcomers on another level who had just entered the cultivation realm. It was normal for them to have poor judgment. Ling Zhao, Li Xinghui's open wound, was healing at an accelerated rate. This was the terrifying part of an animal-type martial soul. It had an extremely strong resistance and recovery ability. However, Li Xinghui's martial soul was still a remnant soul, so its recovery ability was not too strong. It could only stop the bleeding now. If it was a complete martial soul, its recovery ability would not be inferior to the 9 transformation golden body techniques, 9th transformation limb regrowth. Li Xinghui stopped the bleeding and roared at Ling Zhao. You want to kill me in 6 moves? Dream on. I'll make you cut your throat on the spot. His eyes were red as if a fire was burning. The remaining sword qi in his body was completely shattered by him. He just stared at Ling Zhao, and the aura on his body became stronger and stronger. The white tiger phantom behind him condensed a little more. The terrifying beast-like aura became even stronger. Looking at it, Li Xinghui was just like a white tiger, opening his bloody maw and staring at Ling Zhao, incomparably ferocious. Due to the pressure of survival, Li Xinghui forced out his potential at this critical moment and forcibly perfected his martial path remnant soul to 80%. An 80% martial path remnant soul was very close to a complete soul. The terrifying aura completely suppressed Ling Zhao's 70% martial path remnant soul. Die. Chapter 195. Roar. The image of a white tiger flew out from his body. The terrifying aura tore the rocks on the life and death cliff apart, as if it had been scratched by the tiger's claws. The surrounding air was instantly shattered like glass, forming a temporary vacuum zone. Ha ha! 80% martial path remnant soul. This time, Ling Zhao is dead for sure. Let alone defeating Li Xinghui in 6 moves. He will lose this time. Flying Fish laughed excitedly. The pressure of an 80% martial path remnant soul was too shocking. In the entire Heavenly Ninja Academy, other than the ninja warriors who had a complete ninja soul, this was the strongest martial path remnant soul. He didn't even want to blink. He wanted to see Ling Zhao get swallowed by the huge white tiger and torn to pieces. Wan Ben also revealed a satisfied smile. Ling Zhao, who had terrifying potential, followed Lin Zhe. Sooner or later, he would be a threat to the Heavenly Ninja Academy. Now that he was killed, it was definitely a good thing for him. On the latent dragon camp side, Lin Zhe, General Yu Yu, and the others didn't look too good. Ling Zhao originally had a huge advantage, but now that Li Xinghui's martial path remnant soul had a sudden breakthrough, they started to worry again. On the other hand, Ling Yixue still had a confident expression. She believed that Ling Zhao had expected this before the battle. To others, Li Xinghui's martial path remnant soul breakthrough was an accident, but to Ling Xiao, this was completely within his calculations. Many people thought that Ling Xiao's most terrifying aspect was his potential. However, Ling Yixue knew that they were all wrong. Ling Xiao's most terrifying aspect was his calculations. Good. Just as Ling Yixue said, Ling Xiao had already calculated that Li Xinghui's martial path remnant soul would break through. Not only did he calculate it, but he also continuously attacked to force the martial path remnant soul to break through. The stronger the martial path remnant soul was, the more pressure he would feel. Taking advantage of this pressure, he made a breakthrough in his cultivation. Originally, he had been cultivating for the past few days, and his cultivation had already shown signs of a breakthrough, but he lacked an opportunity. Today's opportunity was created by him. Of course, it could also be said that Li Xinghui delivered himself to him. Facing this incomparably terrifying attack, Ling Xiao's true yuan began to circulate crazily. A certain barrier in his seventh martial vein was forcefully broken. At this moment, the long-awaited breakthrough had finally arrived, and Li Xinghui was just a poor martial path remnant soul. It wasn't that his martial Dao remnant soul had broken through, but that his cultivation had risen from the early 7th level of the martial vein to the middle 7th level of the martial vein. It seemed like a small breakthrough, but what it brought to him was a sudden surge in his strength. "Thank you, brother Li." Looking at Li Xinghui, Ling Xiao revealed a sincere smile. The Zhen Yuan in his body circulated, and a vigorous aura covered his entire body. Wan's martial path was Ling death, because, especially this kid's scheming, he had completely played Li Xinghui in the palm of his hand. Li's death. How could he swallow this as the dignified Governor Baiyun? Ha ha, this kid made me worry for nothing. Looks like there's no need to worry about him. He's the most reliable one. Lin Zhe could also see that Ling Xiao had broken through, and it was a planned breakthrough. He couldn't help but laugh. He was in an incomparably good mood. General Nine Moons was also in a daze. He muttered to himself, "I knew that Ling Xiao's talent was amazing, but I didn't expect him to have reached this stage." If Li Xinghui's remnant soul breakthrough during the battle was shocking, then what Ling Xiao was doing now was simply a pioneering work, breaking through under great pressure. This kind of thing had always happened occasionally, but it was also very rare. However, the fact that great pressure could help a cultivator break through was something that countless cultivators had proven one after another. However, he had never seen anyone who could completely control this kind of pressure in their hands without wasting any of it. Today was an eye-opener for him. What was more amazing was that Ling Xiao's breakthrough of a small realm produced a terrifying pressure that was even more terrifying than many cultivators' breakthrough of a large realm. This showed that Ling Xiao's cultivation was too solid. Step by step, there was absolutely no emptiness. Boom! He took a step forward. The shadow behind Ling Xiao changed. It changed from the blood blade remnant soul to the giant sword remnant soul. The soaring sword, intense sword again. A terrifying sword chi pierced the clear sky, dispersing the clouds in the sky. He really has two kinds of martial path remnant souls. I thought it was just a rumor. It's too terrifying. Two kinds of martial path remnant souls that are 70% complete. Is this kid a monster? Seeing that Ling Xiao suddenly changed his martial path remnant soul, the crowd exclaimed again, "Master, what's going on? Didn't you say that a cultivator can only have one kind of soul assistance?" In the true spirit palace, Zuolong looked at Master Baiyun in shock and asked, "But why does he have two kinds of martial path remnant souls? This doesn't make sense." Master Baiyun was also somewhat puzzled. He smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I'm also a little confused. Maybe it's because his body structure is different from ordinary people. Even if it was a transcendent realm cultivator, he could only use such a deceptive explanation. It wasn't that he was weak, but that the mountain river martial soul was too mysterious. It wasn't something that people of his realm could understand. Ling Xiao held the sword with both hands, and then looked at Li Xinghui. Looking at the white tiger that was pouncing at him, he directly attacked. Unfortunately, you can't wait for the sixth move. With the breakthrough in cultivation, Ling Xiao's strength had greatly increased. Naturally, he could end the battle without the sixth move. Oh no, what's going on with my true yuan? Me too. Why is my true yuan flying towards the battlefield? The crowd suddenly realized that the true yuan in their body was out of control. It forcibly broke through the barriers of their bodies and flew towards Ling Xiao. At this time, they were surprised to find that all the true yuan had entered Ling Xiao's giant sword remnant soul, causing the remnant soul's aura to become stronger and stronger. Most of the geniuses present were only 7th level martial vein realm martial masters. They couldn't stop the true yuan from gushing out. They were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they didn't know what to do. Evil! Wan Ben snorted coldly and waved his hand. The air here was suddenly separated from the air of the battlefield. At this time, the genius's true yuan calmed down. Governor, you're wrong. The true yuan is heading towards the righteous path, towards the great Tao. How can you say that it's evil? Although Lin Zhe also felt that this matter was strange, he didn't quite agree with Wan Ben's words. Wan Ben was not qualified to say that others were evil. Humph! Wan Ben snorted coldly and didn't say anything because he was now very concerned about the changes in the battlefield. Although the giant sword remnant soul's aura didn't rise further, Ling Xiao's sword move had long been prepared. Giant spirit kill. How terrifying was this sword move? How fierce was it? How invincible was it? The terrifying sword chi condensed into a huge sword shadow, as if it was going to cut the world apart. Then it accurately pierced the huge white tiger's shadow. Boom! The moment the sword shadow and the tiger phantom collided, the tiger phantom shattered into pieces like it was made of glass. The sword shadow weakened slightly, but its momentum didn't decrease. It ruthlessly stabbed Li Xinghui's purple crystal shield, and then pierced through Li Xinghui's body. A huge rock behind Li Xinghui was completely shattered. Li Xinghui's body was already on the verge of collapse. Ling Xiao didn't show mercy. There was no need to show mercy. He wouldn't kill a person indiscriminately, but he also wouldn't have any mercy for those who wanted to kill him. Chapter 196. No. A miserable cry was heard as a figure dashed out from the crowd and held onto Li Xinghui's corpse, which was about to fall to the ground. It was Li Yunsheng, Li Xinghui's father, Tianfeng City's Li family's patriarch, one of the main culprits who besieged the Ling family. Oh heavens, he killed Li Xinghui in just 4 moves. What was with that sword earlier? That power felt as though it was comparable to a complete martial spirit's attack. It's not that exaggerated, but it's definitely stronger than Li Xinghui's 80% remnant soul. I feel that it's still the problem of the quality of his true essence. This Ling Xiao's foundation is too solid, and his true essence is extremely dense. I'm afraid that he won't lose to an 8th level martial vein master. Terrifying. This lad is going to be famous in Sky Cloud City today. What ability does this lad have? I heard that he was originally a beggar. How did he become so terrifying, making people jealous? A beggar turning into a genius. How can anyone accept this? Seeing the results, everyone was shocked. All of them were amazed, but most of them were jealous and unhappy. What they couldn't accept the most was that Ling Xiao was originally a beggar and not a member of a reputable family or a disciple from a large sect. This feeling of disparity was really unbearable for them, and their jealousy was born from this. Over at the latent dragon camp, Lindsay and the rest were all laughing heartily after a false alarm. Ling Zhao's performance had actually exceeded their expectations. This lad's innate talent was probably much stronger than what Master Baiyun had described. Lindsay already had a plan. Since Master Baiyun wasn't willing to accept Ling Zhao as his successor disciple, then he would accept him. This kind of genius was absolutely qualified to inherit his legacy. In actual fact, he had originally sent the latent dragon camp's disciples out to hunt the fantasy pill dealers so that he could select a disciple. In this chaotic world, as a general, he could be said to be in a precarious situation, and his potential had reached its limit. He was afraid that he would never be able to break through to the exceptional realm. Ling Zhao had a brighter future than him and was worth nurturing. General Jiu Yu turned to look at Ling Yixue and could not help but sigh. Today, I finally understand what it means to be a peerless genius. Ling Zhao, this name might soon become the most outstanding young talent in Baiyun province and even the human race's sacred dynasty. He'll definitely be able to compete with the geniuses of the ninjas, blue-eyed clans, and barbarians. General, you still underestimated him. Ling Yixue shook her head. Her eyes filled with excitement. General September was stunned for a moment. He suddenly recalled Master Baiyun's words. The human race, the ninja race, the Blue Eyes race, and the barbarian race were all inferior races. Although their appearances were quite different, they were still in human form and couldn't go beyond that. However, things were different for the intermediate and advanced races. Their appearance had changed greatly, and their talents were much stronger than those of the lower races. Unless one could ascend to the Transcendent Saint stage, it would be difficult to enter the worlds of these races. The human race's sacred dynasty was very large, but compared to the entire world, it was just a drop in the ocean. However, General September was not very clear about these things. He looked at Ling Zhao and felt that perhaps this young man could tell him what the outside world was like in the future. Li Yunsheng, who was holding Li Xinghui's corpse, was furious. He stared at Ling Zhao and roared, "You executioner! You killed 2 of my sons. I'll kill you." After saying that, he suddenly stabbed his sword at Ling Zhao. Clang! With a crisp sound, the space shook violently. Ling Zhao's clothes fluttered in the wind. General September instantly appeared in front of him and smashed Li Yunsheng's sword energy with a punch. Li Yunsheng, don't forget that this is the life and death cliff. Your son and Ling Zhao signed the life and death agreement. What do you want to do in front of Governor Wan and General Lin? The one who died is my son. Li Yunsheng roared. Of course, he knew that what he did was against the rules. However, Li Xinghui was his only son, and this son's talent was much better than Li Xingyun's. He had always hoped that his son could become Governor Wan's right-hand man. Then, in the future, their Li family could return to Tianfeng City and take control of it. But now, Li Xinghui was killed by Ling Zhao. His beautiful dream was like a shattered mirror that could not be restored. He had lost his mind and wanted to kill Ling Zhao at all costs. Yes, the one who died is your son. However, this life and death battle was also instigated by your son. You didn't stop it before and even supported it. Perhaps you thought that the one who died would be Ling Zhao. If that was the case, I'm afraid you would be very happy, right? General September sneered. Now that your son is dead, are you angry? What were you doing earlier? Enough. Wan Ben coldly glanced at Ling Zhao, who was standing there, and then looked at Li Yunsheng. On the cliff of life and death are determined by fate. Li Yunsheng, do you intend to bury the entire Li family with you? Hearing this, Li Yunsheng trembled. He did not say anything else, and quickly left with his son's corpse. Before leaving, he looked at Ling Xiao with a vicious gaze. From the looks of it, he really wanted to skin Ling Xiao alive. In fact, Wan Ben was also very unhappy. This result made him lose face. He wished he could kill Ling Xiao on the spot. However, he was the governor, and this was Baiyun Taoist Temple. There were some things that could not be done in front of others. There was another person who was also very unhappy. That person was Fei Yu. Not only because Ling Xiao had killed Fei Mu and Fei Yun, but more importantly, Fei Yu realized that Shi Yulian, who he had brought back from Tianfeng City and treated as his own woman, was now staring at Ling Xiao in a daze. This was simply unbearable for him. The thing that a man could not accept the most was his beloved woman falling in love with another man. Fei Yu felt that his self-esteem had been severely challenged. His anger gradually began to devour his scarlet heart. Ling Xiao, don't think that you're so great just because you killed Li Xinghui. In front of me, Fei Yu, you're nothing. Flying Fish's expression did not change, but deep down, her heart was in turmoil. Although he said that Ling Xiao was nothing in front of him, he did not dare to challenge Ling Xiao on the cliff of life and death. Because he was afraid of death, he did not have full confidence in winning. Fortunately, he was about to break through to the 8th stage of the martial vein. At that time, he would be the first to kill Ling Xiao. He could not let this person continue to be so arrogant. Giving Ling Xiao a vicious look, Fei Yu took a deep breath and closed his eyes. He knew that what he needed now was patience. In Shi Yulian's eyes, there was only Ling Xiao left. That young man in green suddenly appeared in the Tianfeng City tournament. He rose like a comet and defeated many experts. In the end, he defeated Li Xinghui and took first place. At that time, she felt that Ling Xiao was not a fish in a pond, so she wanted to seduce Ling Xiao to join the Shi family. However, the appearance of the ninja clan disrupted her plans. She thought that Ling Xiao would stop there. A meteor came quickly, and left quickly as well. However, today, Ling Xiao killed Li Xinghui in 4 moves. She suddenly understood something. A sapling that could grow into a towering tree had to have experienced many hardships. Chapter 197. Shi Yulian regretted that she did not insist on stopping her father. She was also glad that she did not challenge Ling Xiao like Li Xinghui did. Ling Xiao received a fine weapon from Governor Wan Ben. It was an axe, 10 celestial crystals, and a quasi-transcendent martial technique that he had carefully selected. Then, he left the Baiyun Temple under the cheers of the Latent Dragon Camp disciples. He returned to the Latent Dragon Camp to pack his things. Behind him were the furious gazes of the Heavenly Ninja Academy's geniuses. When he returned to the Latent Dragon Camp, Lin Zhe personally hosted a farewell party for Ling Xiao, Ling Yixue, and the others. On this day, Ling Zhao's name became a legend in the Latent Dragon Camp and was talked about by the people who came after him. Ling Yixue and Dai Yuling had become Master Baiyun's direct disciples. However, Ling Xiao killing Li Xinghui in 4 moves on the cliff of life and death was even more exciting. Compared to the 2 mysterious girls, Ling Xiao was more suitable to be a legendary civilian hero. That day, Lin Zhe even accepted Ling Xiao as his direct disciple in front of everyone in the Latent Dragon Camp. Lin Zhe did not have any children. Since Ling Xiao became his only direct disciple, it meant that he had inherited his legacy and everything. It was a supreme honor. However, after the celebration party, Lin Zhe told Ling Xiao that although he could obtain some things by becoming his direct disciple, he might face more dangers. He asked Ling Xiao if he was still willing to be his disciple. He gave Ling Xiao a chance to reject. Ling Xiao only smiled in response to Lin Zhe's question. "Marshal Lin, I Ling Xiao, have admired you since I was young. It's still the same today. It's the honor of my life to be your disciple. Good, good kid. With your words, Lindsay, will be satisfied even if I die on the battlefield. Lindsay was a tough guy. He had never cried before. However, he cried this time. Tears flowed down his face, his body trembled, and his voice choked. In fact, he had accepted disciples before. However, 2 of them were killed, and one of them betrayed his sect because he could not stand being assassinated every day. So after that, he was unwilling to accept any more disciples. Even if the 12 Tiger Guards were so outstanding, he had never thought of taking them as his disciples. However, Ling Xiao's appearance changed his mind. This was because he felt that Ling Xiao was someone who could inherit his legacy. Even if he died, Ling Xiao could still make the border-guarding general's estate stand tall in Baiyun province and not collapse. The 12 Tiger Guards were no match for Wan Ben, but Ling Xiao could. This was a kind of unconditional trust, but he was willing to gamble on Ling Xiao. On that day, Ling Xiao, Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, and the others moved from the latent dragon camp to the White Cloud Temple. There was no courtyard here, and no one to serve them. The food was very simple, and life was very poor. However, no one complained. This was because the 12 geniuses, including Ling Xiao, all knew that this bit of hardship was nothing. Once they could become a powerhouse, like Grandmaster Baiyun, what else could they not obtain? Of course, although the food and accommodation were not good, they were very rich in resources. In the White Cloud Temple, all the new disciples would receive 50,000 taels of silver as their monthly allowance, 100 low-grade spirit stones, and 10 true elemental pills. In addition, there were many natural treasures, spiritual herbs, and so on. This was an advantage. Disregarding everything else, just this point alone was enough to make countless martial artists envious. In addition, they could also receive guidance from Grandmaster Baiyun. So what if they ate a little? As soon as he moved into the White Cloud Temple, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, he immersed himself in the mountain river world and watched the 7-star flower being repaired bit by bit. The beautiful flower that looked like it was made of crystal was completely repaired after 15 minutes. Of course, the price was a large amount of materials. After the 7-star flower was repaired, Ling Xiao could not wait to test his potential. 7 flowers, all with 3 colors: soul potential of 7 stars, inner force potential of 7 stars, and physical potential of 7 stars. Moreover, he had obviously not fully released his potential. In other words, his potential was not worse than any of the 4 direct disciples of Grandmaster Baiyun. In fact, he was even stronger than them. After all, no matter if it was Zuolong, Ming Tian, or Ling Yixue, they only had a potential of 7 stars and above. Dai Yuling was not even 5 stars. But what about him? All 3 of his potentials were 7 stars and above. In the past, he did not understand why he cultivated so quickly and comprehended martial arts so quickly. Now he had a clearer answer. After confirming his potential, Ling Xiao was even more confident about his future. After all, potential was really important. After that, he put his mind on cultivation. He had just obtained a quasi-transcendent martial art, the Divine Prison King Fist from Wan Ben. This was a set of fist techniques that Ling Xiao had chosen himself. According to the analysis of the Mountain River martial spirit, after cultivating the Divine Prison King Fist to the perfection stage, as long as he could obtain a corresponding martial spirit, it could evolve into a transcendent martial art. He could obtain new moves and become stronger. When he saw Wan Ben's expression, he knew how good this thing was. He probably wanted to slap Ling Xiao to death. However, Ling Xiao did not care about that. In any case, he had already offended Wan Ben. It did not matter if he offended him one more time. The most important thing was that this martial art was good. Although his meteor fist had improved countless times as his cultivation continued to increase, it gradually could not keep up with the pace. Although it was a little regretful when it was time to give it up, he still had to give it up. Of course, the meteor fist could still be used to deal with small fries or martial artists who were weaker than him. The Divine Prison King fist had a total of 4 moves: Bull's Head Shatter, Horse's Face Shatter, Impermanence Twist, and Ghost King Annihilation. However, as a quasi-transcendent martial art, it was not easy to cultivate. Ling Xiao created 3 doppelgangers. His main body began to comprehend the Divine Prison King fist. As for the other 2 doppelgangers, one continued to cultivate the Sky Dragon Golden Body, and the other continued to cultivate the Snow Lotus Truth. The Snow Lotus Truth was an internal cultivation method that must be cultivated. Otherwise, it would be difficult to increase the realm. The Sky Dragon Golden Body was a body-tempering technique that must be cultivated. Moreover, this was the only transcendent martial art that Ling Xiao had mastered so far. Naturally, he had to focus on it. Moreover, once the Sky Dragon Golden Body broke through to the 5th level, he could be promoted to the transcendent realm. There was no need to worry about the problem of how to break through to the transcendent realm. As for the other things, he could temporarily put them aside. Baiyun Temple was really a good place. It was said that this place was chosen by Master Baiyun and a special formation was set up here, so that cultivation could be twice the result with half the effort. It only took Ling Xiao 2 hours to completely master the first move of the Divine Incarcerate King's fist, Bullhead Smash. However, in the process of cultivating the Divine Prison King fist, Ling Xiao also discovered some problems. His 9 transformation golden body technique had not reached the 9th transformation, which was troublesome because the power of the first move of the Divine Prison King fist was too terrifying. When it attacked, it would cause the joints to fall off and even fracture and cramp. If he could cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 9th transformation, he would not have to worry about this problem. The 9th transformation could regenerate severed limbs, not to mention the problem of joints falling off and fractures. Chapter 198. Ling Xiao sorted out all his belongings in the Mountain River realm. If he were to sell all his silver, gang chi pills, medicinal herbs, and top-rated martial arts, then he should be able to exchange for enough gold to break through. Not only that, he would still have quite a bit left. After all, top-rated martial arts were extremely valuable, especially top-rated martial arts. One book could be sold for at least 1,000,000 taels of gold. This thing was useless to him, but to most practitioners, it was still very useful. It could be said that some people might not be able to buy it even if they had the money. Adding on the gang chi pills, he had no use for them now. He was already in the martial master realm, and the gang chi pills had no effect on him, so he might as well exchange all his accumulated gold. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated as he turned around and left White Cloud Temple, heading towards Sky Cloud City to exchange for gold. Sky Cloud City was the capital of White Cloud Province, and there were plenty of big shops here. There were also plenty of places to exchange for gold, and compared to Sky Peak City, it was 10 times more prosperous, so there was no need to worry about the good stuff not being sold at a good price. Thinking about it, he was really lucky. After obtaining the Mountain River Martial Spirit, the cultivation conditions had changed completely. In the past, when he just arrived at the Ling family, he didn't even have any allowance and was only given food and water. At that time, if he was able to get a few pieces of silver, he would probably be extremely excited. But now he could exchange for a few million taels of gold casually. This was the benefit that power brought to him. This also strengthened his confidence to continue on this path. From White Cloud Peak to the bustling Sky Cloud City Market, although it was a distance of over 10 miles, but to Ling Xiao, it was really nothing. He didn't even need any riding tools, and just based on his movement skills, he quickly arrived at the bustling streets. Ever since he came to Sky Cloud City, he had not had the chance to walk around properly. Today, he had no intention to walk around, because he knew very well that once one's power was strong, one could walk around anywhere. But as a weakling, walking on the streets might cause one to meet with unexpected misfortune. Anyway, once a practitioner advanced to the transcendent realm, their lifespan would increase by a few hundred years, so there was no need to walk around now. To exchange for gold, the first choice was naturally the auction house. Auction houses had the most abundant reserves of gold and spirit stones, and this was also the place where practitioners liked to trade. The biggest auction house in Sky Cloud City was the Sky Ninja Auction House, opened by the ninjas. Ling Xiao didn't care who opened it. Anyway, as long as he could exchange for the gold he wanted, it would be enough. In a sense, if the ninjas didn't mess around in human territory, he would welcome to trade. At least, the goods would be more plentiful. Of course, the illusion pill was an exception. That kind of harmful thing should have been banned long ago. Sir, may I know what service you require? Is it an auction item or auction item? As soon as they arrived at the entrance of the auction house, a shop assistant walked over and asked with a smile while bending over. This person was from the human race, but the Sky Ninja level of the lower two, to the sky, to cloud, martial spirit, to sky cloud. I want to exchange for some gold. Is that possible? Ling to sky to ask to Ling cloud, sky cloud cloud. How much do you? To sky gold? How? Auction gold? To sky to exchange. How much? How much do you to exchange? Gold. To gold? To exchange? How much? The shop assistant said with a smile. I'll ask for 10 million for now. Ling Xiao stroked his chin and said he had already calculated before he came. The things he brought were enough to exchange for 10 million gold. But even if it was 10 million after he cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique, there probably wouldn't be much left. What? The shop assistant was dumbstruck and couldn't say a word for a long time. The few staff members who were busy also looked at Ling Xiao in shock. It wasn't that they hadn't seen rich people before, but to exchange for so much gold at one go, this was the first time. Is this person crazy? 10 million gold. That's 90% of Sky Ninja Auction House's gold reserves. The few practitioners who came to the auction house to auction started to discuss. They couldn't understand Ling Xiao's strange actions. Which family did this kid come from? Is he here to make fun of us? A 50-over-year-old man walked out from the backstage. His cultivation was at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein, close to the martial master realm. This person was obviously unhappy with Ling Xiao's actions. Adding on to the fact that Ling Xiao wasn't that old, only 14 years old, it was easy to guess which family's unlucky kid had come to play. Shopkeeper Wan. The shop assistants bowed towards the shopkeeper with a face full of reverence. This shopkeeper, Wan, was one of the shopkeepers of the Sky Ninja Auction House. From his surname, one would know that he was from the Wan family. With his power and authority, it made him rather famous in Sky Cloud City. Shopkeeper Wan, he's just a kid. Just give him a few spanks. He won't dare to do it again. Right. Don't make things difficult for a kid. The surrounding practitioners started to plead for Ling Xiao. The main point was that they knew how cruel the ninjas were. In the past, there were 7- or 8-year-old beggars who came in to beg for food and were beaten to death. But they only dared to persuade and didn't dare to be nosy and stop Shopkeeper Wan, because they didn't have the guts, offending the Governor Manor, offending the ninjas, unless you were from the Border General's residence. Otherwise, don't even think of surviving in Sky Cloud City. Have fun. Ling Xiao frowned. Is this how the Sky Ninja Auction House treats its customers? Even if you have the time, I don't have the time to come here to have fun. Shopkeeper 1 replied coldly. Kid, there are many customers here today, so I won't haggle with you. After 3 counts, if you don't scram, then I will use force. Today, Shopkeeper 1's mood wasn't very good. Someone from the Governor Manor was killed on the life and death cliff, and the governor was in a bad mood. The entire Wan family's mood wasn't good either. Kid, hurry up and leave. It'll be dangerous if you're late. That's right, kid. You can have fun elsewhere, but here you can't do that. This is the Ninja Auction House. A few practitioners who passed by tried their best to persuade Ling Xiao, hoping that he would leave quickly. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, if the Sky Ninja Auction House can't take out 10 million taels of gold, then I will naturally leave. Shopkeeper 1, give me a definite answer. Nonsense. In the entire Sky Cloud City, only our Sky Ninja Auction House and Jade iClan's Queen's Trading Company can take out 10 million taels of gold. Shopkeeper 1 was furious. This kid actually dared to look down on the Sky Ninja Auction House. Since you can take it out, then hurry up and get it. I'm still in a hurry to go back and cultivate, Ling Xiao said impatiently. The other party's attitude made him extremely unhappy. If it wasn't for the urgent need for gold, he really wouldn't be bothered to stay here. Kid, you're looking for death. Shopkeeper 1 was really angry. Suddenly, he struck out a palm directly towards Ling Xiao's chest. The terrifying aura of the peak 6th level of the martial vein spread out, scaring the surrounding practitioners until they were trembling with fear. Their blood was boiling, and they felt extremely uncomfortable. Humph, is the Wan family also overbearing and shameless? Ling Xiao snorted coldly. He didn't even make a move. A terrifying aura gushed out from his body like a sharp sword, directly piercing towards Shopkeeper 1's palm. At that moment, Shopkeeper 1 was scared out of his wits. He simply saw his own death. Just as he was unable to move and could only wait for death, that terrifying aura suddenly dissipated. Chapter 199. Shopkeeper 1's face was deathly pale. His body was like a leaf in the cold wind, trembling nonstop. He wanted to stop, but was unable to control himself. Young master, thank you for not killing me. Gold. I will get someone to prepare the gold immediately. His voice was also trembling, as though his body was immersed in an ice cellar. Shopkeeper 1's attitude suddenly changed, which made the few assistants in the auction house totally confused. But there were a few practitioners with strong cultivations who understood what had happened. Although Ling Xiao's aura was hard to capture, but ordinary 6th level martial vein practitioners were still able to sense it. 7th level martial master. How old is he? One of the 6th level practitioners sat there paralyzed as he muttered to himself in shock. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a martial master before. After all, this was Sky Cloud City, and there were quite a number of martial masters. But a 14 to 15-year-old martial master, he really hadn't seen one before. When the people beside him heard what he said, they were so shocked that their eyes widened. Earlier, they were still calling him a wimpy kid, asking him to go home quickly. But they didn't expect this wimpy kid in their eyes to be so much stronger than them. Thank you for your righteous words earlier. Ling Xiao cupped his hands. Words of thanks still needed to be said. After all, these few words were for his own good. This made him, a former beggar, feel warmth. No need. That's what we should do. The few of them hurriedly waved their hands. Ling Xiao smiled at them and found a seat to sit down. He looked at Shopkeeper 1 and asked, My time is tight. When can I withdraw the gold? Don't worry, young master. The gold is in the auction house's vault, but are you? Shopkeeper 1 spoke cautiously now, for fear that he would be killed by Ling Xiao's sword if he offended him. Suspecting that I don't have goods worth 10 million taels of gold, Ling Xiao smiled, and with a wave of his hand, a top-grade martial art was taken out by him. I have 4 top-notch martial arts manuals. In addition, I also have a large amount of aura, chi pills, silver, herbs, high-grade martial arts, middle-grade martial arts, and so on. Do you want me to take them all out for you to see? It's not convenient here. Young master, please come to the VIP room. We will have someone evaluate it for you. As long as the value is enough, you can take it away with 10 million taels of gold. However, do you need a beast carriage to help transport it? Shopkeeper 1 replied with a flattering smile. There's no need for a beast carriage. The VIP room is too small. This room is quite big. Let your people come over and estimate. As he spoke, Ling Xiao took out martial arts manuals, silver, gems, gang chi pills, and other items from the Mountain River world. There were indeed too many things. If he went to the VIP room, he definitely wouldn't be able to fit them all. The staff of the auction house began to estimate the value. Shopkeeper 1 even invited 2 level 7 martial masters to come over. After all, the price of a top-notch martial art was not something that an ordinary martial artist could estimate. Seeing these things, the surrounding cultivators couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Good Lord, top-notch martial arts. Moreover, there were 4 or 5 of them. For cultivators like them, such martial arts were simply something that could only be encountered but not sought. This young martial master actually used them to exchange for gold. Although gold was quite precious, it couldn't be compared with top-notch martial arts. By the way, there are also a few low-grade storage rings. Please help me estimate the price. I only want gold. Ling Xiao now wanted to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the highest level. In the future, he would continue to consume gold, so it was definitely right to prepare more. Anyway, although low-grade storage rings were precious, he didn't need them. As for Ling Yixue and Cold Plum, because they had become Master Baiyun's disciples, they had also received storage rings from Lin Zhe. There was no need for him to give them away. Even the storage rings can be exchanged for gold. A cultivator stood up directly. Young master, I'm willing to buy your storage ring for 1 million taels of gold. I also want one. Me too. Low-grade storage rings shouldn't be so expensive. But these things were too rare and too important to cultivators, so it was normal for them to be willing to pay a high price for it. This is Heaven Ninja Auction House. It's not your turn to bid. Young master, you have a total of 6 low-grade storage rings. How about we sell each of them at 1,200,000 taels of gold? Shopkeeper 1 was afraid of Ling Xiao, but he wasn't afraid of the other cultivators. What's more, he had a martial master to protect him. No problem. What Ling Xiao valued was gold. Since the auction house was willing to give him more, he would sell it to the auction house. But do you have enough gold in reserve? Young master, don't worry about this. This is only one of our auction houses in Sky Cloud City. We have 3 other branches. It's not a problem to gather 20 million taels of gold. Shopkeeper 1 said confidently. In fact, gold was nothing. These years, the ninjas had occupied several gold mines in the human territory. They didn't lack gold. That's good. Ling Xiao sipped his tea as he waited for the other party to estimate the value, about the time it took to drink 2 cups of tea. The calculation is out. Young master, your things plus the low-grade storage rings are worth a total of 19,450,000 taels of gold. We have 11 million taels of gold in the vault and 10 million taels of gold in the golden cart. It's enough. Shopkeeper 1 said with a smile. This was definitely a big business. Well, that's good. I'll take the gold. Before Shopkeeper 1 could understand what he meant, he saw Ling Xiao waving his hand, and the 10 million taels of gold in the golden cart disappeared. So you have a high-grade storage ring. No wonder. Shopkeeper, Juan didn't know about the Mountain River world and thought that Ling Xiao had a high-grade storage ring. Otherwise, how could he store 10 million taels of gold in one go? After that, he and the two martial masters took Ling Xiao to the vault to withdraw the remaining 9 million taels of gold. Young master, take care. Looking at Ling Xiao's back, shopkeeper Juan couldn't stop smiling. However, after a while, his face became gloomy, and he said to the two middle-stage, 7th-level martial masters beside him, "You too follow him." Speaking of this, he put his hand across his neck and made a killing gesture. Of course, the onlookers didn't notice this and didn't hear his words. But the two martial masters suddenly left the auction house. Even a fool could guess what would happen. In fact, it was not only shopkeeper Juan who was thinking about Ling Xiao. Wealth moved people's hearts. Nearly 20 million taels of gold and a high-grade storage ring. This was a huge temptation. Cold Plum, don't hide. Come out quickly. After walking for a while, Ling Xiao shook his head with a wry smile. In fact, he had already felt that Cold Plum had followed him to the city, but he didn't point it out. But now he was going back, so it didn't matter if he called her out. "Young master, you are being followed," Cold Plum said as soon as she appeared. "I know." Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. The reason why he called Cold Plum out was that he was afraid that Cold Plum would be plotted against. It would be much safer to follow him. Cold Plum was obviously a little surprised. The people who followed Ling Xiao were all 7th-level martial masters and were divided into 4 groups. Chapter 200. Young Master, you still have to be careful. The 2 people from the Heaven Ninja auction house are very strong. Cold Plum was not as calm as Ling Xiao. After all, she was only at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein and had yet to break through to the martial master realm. Yes, they are very strong. They are not far from Li Xinghui. Furthermore, there are 2 of them. In terms of combat experience, they should be better than Li Xinghui. Ling Xiao analyzed as he walked, but it's nothing. He had just successfully cultivated the first move of the Divine Prison King's Fist and was itching for a fight, now that someone had delivered themselves to his door for him to practice. Why not? Cold Plum, don't make a move later. Ling Xiao suddenly stopped and said, "Young master, there's no need to say any more. I have something new that I want to try. If you make a move, I won't be able to predict it." "All right then, but if young master is in danger, I have to make a move," Cold Plum insisted. "Up to you." Ling Xiao was not a stubborn person. If there really was danger, he naturally wanted someone to help. After the discussion, Ling Xiao simply turned around and looked at the 2 late-stage, 7th-level martial masters who were trying to hide not far away. His green clothes fluttered in the wind like a sword immortal. "There's no need for the 2 of you to hide. After following me for so long, if you don't make a move, I'll have to return to the White Cloud Temple," Ling Xiao said indifferently as he stared at a patch of trees. Whoosh whoosh. 2 figures rushed out and surrounded Ling Xiao from both sides. Since they had been discovered, there was no point in them hiding. The rest of the warriors did not make a move. They planned to take advantage of the fight between the Sandpiper and the Clam. They wanted to see the outcome of this battle before making a decision. Ling Xiao suddenly took a step forward. The entire space suddenly became incomparably cold. This step seemed to have changed the surrounding environment. The originally tree-lined world suddenly became dark and damp. There even seemed to be an aura of decay and death in his ears. It was as if he could hear the cries of ghosts and howls of wolves. There seemed to be ghosts playing in his body. The cultivators, hiding in the dark, all looked at them in horror. The two seventh-level martial masters from the Heavenly Ninja Auction House paused for a moment, and their bodies clearly trembled for a moment. However, they immediately seemed to have escaped from that predicament. Then they turned into two afterimages. Like two black arrows, they tore through the air and shot towards Ling Xiao. Divine Hell King's fist, bullhead splitting. A cold voice came out of Ling Xiao's mouth. He assumed a strange posture. At that moment, the two afterimages suddenly stopped, and their bodies became stiff as if a terrifying cold wind had entered their bodies. His entire body was about to be swallowed by this strange coldness. Terrifying, chilly winds howled between heaven and earth. The two afterimages desperately used all kinds of martial arts in an attempt to protect themselves. One of them waved his palms continuously. A man's long saber flashed with a cold light. The ripples produced by his true essence struggled in this space where the cold wind was raging. Huff! Huff! Loud panting sounds could be heard. In everyone's eyes, Ling Xiao disappeared. In his place was a giant monster. It had the head of an ox and the body of a human. It held a huge axe in its hand. The most terrifying thing was the aura of death that was constantly emitting from the monster's body. Die! Heavy footsteps sounded on the ground. The Minotaur waved its huge axe and approached the two seventh-level martial masters step by step. The slower it was, the stronger the panic in their hearts. With every step it took, the hearts of the two trembled. Stubborn resistance. Perhaps this was the current situation of these two people. They crazily swallowed and spat out their true essence, resisting the terrifying cold wind in an attempt to shatter this dark space. However, it was useless. The Minotaur still walked to their side, and its huge axe fiercely chopped down between the two of them. Crack! Crack! The two martial masters split open like they were made of porcelain. Divine Hell King's fist, not only did it possess terrifying power, it could also cause the enemy to hallucinate and fall into it, completely losing the ability to resist. If Ling Xiao had mastered this martial art when he was dealing with Li Xinghui, then Li Xinghui would have been killed in one move. Terrifying. Even Ling Xiao felt that this Divine Hell King's fist was too terrifying. Two seventh-level martial masters died just like that. They didn't even have the chance to make a move before they died in the illusion they created. In the dark, the martial warriors who followed along were in a state of shock. Their hearts trembled uncontrollably, as if they had seen the most terrifying thing in their lives. Ghost, a demon from hell, not a human. Terrified cries rose and fell one after another. Everyone fled, leaving only the two cold corpses, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum. What a pity! After a long time, Ling Xiao sighed. What's wrong, young master? Are you still not satisfied with this power? Cold Plum asked doubtfully. I forgot something. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, I originally planned to use the ghost ship's remnant soul and the Divine Hell King's fist together to test the effect, but I forgot. Cold Plum was speechless. She thought it was something serious, but her young master really treated the two late seventh-level martial vein realm martial masters as test subjects. Forget it. Let's go back. The side effects of the Divine Hell King's fist are too great. Both of my arms are completely fractured. Ling Xiao shook his arms that were hanging on both sides of his body and said, It's time to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the highest level. Young master, we haven't searched those two's bodies yet. Cold Plum reminded him. There's no need to search. Death warriors like them usually don't have anything good on them. I'm afraid they don't even have a storage ring. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, although he said that Ling Xiao, who was once a beggar, was still unwilling to let go of the two corpses. Unfortunately, Just as he had guessed, the two of them did not have a storage ring or even a money bag. What's this? Ling Xiao struck out with his palm, and a ball of flame burned the two corpses clean. He had once cultivated the red sun skill. Although he basically did not use it now because its level was too low, it was not a problem for him to do this kind of thing. What was interesting was that when the corpse and even the bones were burned away, there was a piece of black metal that was preserved. It seems to be a sword. Cold Plum said, "It's obviously a 1-foot-long iron piece. How did it become a sword?" Ling Xiao asked in confusion. It's said that in the ancient times, there was a swordsman of the human clan. His sword was a 1-foot-long iron piece. Cold Plum explained, this swordsman always killed people with his sword. So it didn't matter what he used. The enemy's divine weapons were useless to him. So powerful. Ling Xiao had never heard of such an expert. I heard it from one of the captains of the latent dragon camp. That captain seems to be the descendant of this swordsman. Damn, this terrifying killing intent can make people collapse in an instant. The moment Ling Xiao picked up the iron piece, he saw many scenes of death. If his soul was not strong enough, he would have collapsed in an instant. This thing was originally wrapped in something that prevented the killing intent from leaking out. However, it was burned when he burned the corpses. I'll keep it first and study it later. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao put the iron piece into his mountain river, martial soul. Chapter 201, Baiyun Temple. Novel. After Ling Xiao returned, he separated from Cold Plum and returned to their respective rooms to cultivate in order to make it easier to absorb. Ling Xiao did not directly use the gold to cultivate. He went to find the master of the Baiyun Temple for help. He drained all the water from a pool in the temple and then poured the scalding gold liquid into it. In order to prevent the gold liquid from solidifying, Ling Xiao also added some special herbs. In any case, he was now Lin Zai's direct disciple and Master Baiyun's disciple. It was relatively easy for him to get some herbs. After doing these things, Ling Xiao mixed the Herculean ape's beast core into the scalding gold liquid. This time, not only did he want to raise the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 9th transformation, but he also wanted to raise his cultivation base and the heavenly dragon golden body to the next realm. Therefore, in addition to the gold liquid, the Herculean ape's beast core and 72 special body tempering herbs were necessary. To be honest, in the past, he could not buy these herbs even if he had the money. But now he could get them for free. This was probably the biggest benefit of becoming Lin Zai's successor. This pool of golden liquid was definitely worth more than 15 million taels of gold. If it was anyone else, they would be flabbergasted. Even Master Baiyun's 2 direct disciples, Zuolong and Ming Tian, were shocked when they heard Ling Xiao's extravagant cultivation method. After preparing everything, Ling Xiao jumped into the gold liquid. If it was an ordinary martial artist, their body would have been scalded or even melted by the scalding gold liquid. But Ling Xiao was different. His physical body was very strong. The 9 transformation golden body technique was cultivated to the 8th transformation. The heavenly dragon golden body was cultivated to the 2nd level, and he even obtained the golden dragon's bloodline. This was definitely not something that an ordinary 7th level martial master could compare to. The seemingly scalding gold liquid could melt most things, but it could not cause any harm to his body. However, the troublesome thing was that he could not use the shadow cultivation secret technique because his doppelganger could not withstand the high temperature. Only his main body could. Of course, this was not a big problem. In any case, it was tempering one's body. Every aspect of one's body would be improved accordingly. One should not be too greedy. Gulp. As Ling Xiao began to revolve his true essence and cultivate, the golden liquid actually began to tumble, emitting a faint trace of steam. The golden liquid looked very beautiful. It hurts. At this moment, Ling Xiao felt a bone-piercing pain. It was as if a blazing flame had drilled into the crevices of his body and was beginning to disintegrate it. That kind of pain had already exceeded the limits of what an ordinary martial master could endure. Even Ling Xiao was in so much pain that cold sweat trickled down his forehead. His face was deathly pale. However, Ling Xiao did not give up. He was very clear that this intense pain was not a bad thing, but the tyrannical medicinal power was taking effect. As long as he could endure it, his cultivation would be considered a success. Not far away, the Baiyun monastery master sat cross-legged, while Ling Yixue and Cold Plum sat beside him. They were all protecting Ling Xiao. There was no need to mention Ling Yixue and Cold Plum. The Baiyun monastery master was still a perfected person who had been entrusted by Lin Zhe to secretly protect Ling Xiao. Your friend is amazing. With such a terrifying medicinal power, I'm afraid that even an 8th level martial vein realm martial master would not be able to withstand it. He actually withstood it just like that. The Baiyun monastery master was shocked. Ling Yixue nodded, but did not say anything. She was also anxious to increase her strength. Ling Zhao's continuous increase in strength had caused her pressure to increase because she felt that if her strength was not as good as Ling Zhao's, she would not be able to protect Ling Xiao. Fortunately, she had become Master Baiyun's direct disciple and received more than 10 times more resources than Ling Xiao. With this advantage, she should be able to barely keep up with Ling Zhao's cultivation speed. Leng Mei, on the other hand, was purely shocked. She had never thought that she would be able to catch up to Ling Zhao's cultivation speed, because in terms of potential, she really could not compare to Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue, these two monsters. Her thoughts were also very simple. Even if she was weak, she would swear to follow Ling Xiao, even if she had to pay with her life. The mountain and river martial spirit in his body was frantically operating. Ling Xiao felt that the mountain and river diagram at this time seemed to have become a huge whirlpool, sucking all the surrounding resources into Ling Xiao's body. The pain gradually subsided. The mountain and river martial spirit played a very important role. It controlled the speed of the golden liquid to prevent too much pain from causing Ling Xiao to faint. That would be too dangerous. However, Ling Xiao was not satisfied with this speed. The mountain and river martial spirit was his martial spirit, so he could freely control it. On this basis, he began to slowly increase the amount of golden liquid. The pain became stronger again. His blood vessels and meridians felt like they were about to swell. That was because too much energy was pouring in and the meridians in his body were relatively narrow. He continued to increase. His meridians felt like they were about to explode. Only then did Ling Xiao stop increasing the amount of golden liquid. Although he was eager to become stronger, he was always a calm and rational person no matter what. With the current amount of golden liquid, it had long surpassed the input of a mid-8th level martial vein realm martial master. He could be proud of it. 2 hours later, Ling Zhao's meridians began to adapt to the feeling of exploding. He knew that his meridians had become tougher and more spacious. Therefore, he increased the amount of golden liquid again, and once again reached the limit before stopping. During this process, he began to operate the Snow Lotus Truth. This was his strongest internal cultivation method at present. Not only did it help to absorb the medicinal power, it also helped to alleviate the pain. The golden liquid was blazing hot, and the Snow Lotus True Essence was ice cold. The two were a perfect match. 3 hours passed. Only half of the entire pool of golden liquid was left. Ling Zhao's body seemed to have turned into gold, shining with golden light. In the night, it looked so bright. A day passed. The pool of golden liquid mixture was completely absorbed. Ling Zhao's eyes emitted 2 rays of golden light. he put on his clothes, returned to his exclusive practice room, and began to refine the terrifying energy absorbed by his body. 10 days later, Ling Zhao's practice room suddenly burst out a golden light, piercing the dark clouds above White Cloud Peak. The 9th cycle of the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique. He had finally mastered it. However, he did not stop cultivating because this realm still needed to be consolidated, and there was still a large amount of energy accumulated in his body that had not been digested. Another 10 days passed. The 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique had completely consolidated at the 9th cycle and was finally at the Great Perfection realm. The progress of the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body was very slow. After all, it was an extraordinary martial art. After entering the 2nd level, it was like a snail climbing. However, at least he had glimpsed the door to the 3rd level, so his efforts were not in vain. With the help of the terrifying medicinal power, the Snow Lotus Truth was directly promoted to the Great Perfection realm, which was the 6th level. The Snow Lotus True essence in Ling Zhao's body became even more vigorous. Of course, the most surprising thing was the increase in cultivation. Taking advantage of the improvement of the 9 Revolutions Golden Body Technique and the Snow Lotus Truth, Ling Zhao's cultivation broke through to the late 7th level martial vein, extremely close to the peak. With his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to have any opponent within the 7th level. The only question was how many moves he would need to win. Even if it was an early 8th level martial vein martial master, he would have the strength to fight. If he used the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body with his martial spirit, it was not impossible for him to win. Of course, he also understood that he might be able to win against an early 8th level martial vein expert, but it was still very difficult to win against monsters like Zuolong and Ming Tian. After all, these two people were like him, belonging to the ranks of geniuses, super geniuses who could challenge those of a higher level. Therefore, Ling Zhao's first priority was to improve his cultivation. Once he advanced to the 8th level martial vein, he would be able to compete with monsters like Zuolong. Chapter 202. After a month of seclusion, Ling Zhao seemed to have been reborn. His late-stage 7th level martial vein cultivation had been completely consolidated, and the 9 Transformation Golden Body Technique had also been consolidated at the Great Perfection stage. Next, it was time to focus all his energy on the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. As for cultivating the 9 Transformation Golden Body Technique to the Perfection stage, it didn't make much sense. It was just a stronger defense, which was not much different from cultivating the Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. The Snow Lotus Truth had also been consolidated at the 6th level. He had completely mastered the first move of the Divine Prison King Fist, and with the 9th transformation of the 9 Transformation Golden Body Technique, he could unleash an unimaginable magical effect. At the same time, his ghost ship, Giant Sword, Blood Saber, and Black Bear Remnant had also been perfected to 80%. He was getting closer and closer to a complete martial soul. When he killed Li Xinghui that day, because of Li Yunqing's sudden appearance, he couldn't devour Li Xinghui's White Tiger Remnant soul. But it didn't matter. Martial souls were more precious than quantity. At present, he had 4 remnant souls and 3 complete souls, which were completely enough. After coming out of seclusion, Ling Zhao found that Cold Plum and Ling Yishua's cultivation had also changed. Cold Plum had broken through the 7th level and become a martial master. Before Ling Zhao went into seclusion, he secretly tested Cold Plum's potential and found that Cold Plum's physical potential had reached 7 stars. Although it was still a little weaker than him, and Ling Yishua, this potential was already on par with Zuolong and Ming Tian. Breaking through to the transcendent stage was absolutely no problem. Breaking through to the martial master realm was even easier. Cold Plum's cultivation had stagnated because she didn't have good martial arts and resources. Otherwise, her cultivation today was probably stronger than Ling Zhao's. As for Ling Yixue, after receiving personal guidance from Master Baiyun, her cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds. She was already at the peak of the 7th level martial vein, one level higher than Ling Xiao. Furthermore, Ling Xiao could feel that Ling Yixue had learned a soul-tempering martial art that was even more powerful than soul ignition art. However, it should only be a quasi-transcendental martial art. This made Ling Xiao a little puzzled. Logically speaking, with Ling Yixue's potential, it was reasonable for Master Baiyun to teach her a transcendent martial art. She couldn't understand what the old man was thinking. Shirley's cultivation had also broken through. He was also at the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein. This was the benefit of becoming Master Baiyun's disciple. Ling Xiao, Ling Yixue, Cold Plum, Shirley, and Dai Yuling. The 5 of them were all from the latent dragon camp and had a good relationship with each other. However, when Ling Xiao came out of seclusion today, Dai Yuling was still in seclusion. Therefore, only the other 3 came to congratulate him. Junior brother Ling, you must have benefited a lot from being in seclusion for a month, right? Shirley said with a smile as he ate the fruit. Now, they were all Master Baiyun's inner disciples. Although they entered at the same time, according to age, it was not a problem for Shirley to call Ling Xiao junior brother. Among all the disciples of Master Baiyun, Ling Xiao was the youngest, so he could be considered the youngest junior brother. My cultivation breakthrough is a little slow. I'm only at the late stage of the 7th level of the martial vein. I'm still a little weaker than senior brother Shir. Ling Xiao said with a smile, "You don't have to be modest. Your cultivation is slightly inferior, but that's because you started late. I reckon that it won't be long before you leave me behind. How about this? While my cultivation is still slightly higher than yours, let's exchange some pointers. How about this?" Shirley swallowed the fruit together with the core and said excitedly, Sure. Let's spar and find the loopholes in our cultivation." The 4 of them were now considered friends. This kind of spar was naturally to find the loopholes and fill in the gaps. There was no need to risk their lives or be too serious. After a round of sparring, the strength ranking of the 4 people was very clear. Ling Xiao was the strongest, followed by Ling Yixue. Shirley and Cold Plum were actually evenly matched. From this point, it could be seen how terrifying the potential of Cold Plum's body was. If it wasn't for the 7-star flower being broken, Master Baiyun would have 2 more direct disciples. Originally, Ling Xiao planned to tell Master Baiyun about this, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. Master Baiyun was not as magical as he imagined. He was really not good at judging people. Becoming his direct disciple might not be a good thing. Of course, more importantly, he could not reveal the matter of the 7-star flower being repaired to anyone. Otherwise, he would be killed. Ha ha ha, I'm really convinced. I thought that after cultivating the quasi-transcendent martial arts taught by Master Baiyun, I could at least tie with you. I didn't expect the difference to be so big. Shirley smiled bitterly. Junior brother Ling, tell me the truth. How much strength did you use when you fought with me? You want to hear the truth? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Of course it's the truth. Otherwise, why would I ask? About 50%. Ling Xiao said lightly. That's too much of a blow. I used 100% of my strength, and you only used 50%. You actually won so easily. If you go to the technique inheritance hall again, wouldn't I be less than 10% of your strength? Shirley smiled bitterly. Not to that extent. But what kind of place is the technique inheritance hall? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. The Technique Inheritance Hall is Master's exclusive place in Bayun Temple. In fact, it's also where martial arts manuals are stored. However, the martial arts manuals, there are only quasi-transcendent and transcendental martial arts. There aren't even any top-level martial arts manuals. In addition, there are some notes of Master's experiences over the years. Shirley replied, Master said that direct disciples can comprehend transcendent martial arts as they wish, but they can only comprehend it once a day for 2 hours at most. Meanwhile, us inner disciples can look at quasi-transcendent martial arts as we wish. However, we are not allowed to bring them out. We have 6 hours to study them every day. Oh, hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but smile. For now, quasi-transcendent martial arts were still very useful to him. This time, the Mountain River martial soul's duplication ability would be put to great use. Others only had 6 hours to study, but he did not need to. He could just copy it and read it slowly. The Soaring Cloud Steps and Ox Demon art still needed to evolve. Right now, he could not rely on top-level martial arts to evolve them. Only quasi-transcendent martial arts could allow them to evolve again and have a qualitative change. These two mystical arts were probably even more mystical than what the Ling clan's patriarch had said. The more Ling Xiao cultivated, the more he felt this way. There's one more thing. Master said that when Dai Yuling, Jia Wu, Zhu Hua, Lu Xing, Fei Yu, and Fei Lu come out of seclusion, he would personally inspect everyone's cultivation, not including Zuolong and Ming Tian. Ling Xiao asked, including? Shirley nodded. Don't underestimate this sparring. Master will give out special rewards according to the results of the sparring. It doesn't matter if there are rewards or not. I really want to spar with Dai Yuling. In Ling Xiao's eyes, Dai Yuling was very mysterious and very powerful. She was even more powerful than the geniuses of the Sky Ninja Academy. Other than Zuolong and Ming Tian, the third strongest was probably this girl. Ling Xiao did not know when those people would come out of seclusion. He did not want to waste time. Since he knew about the Technique Inheritance Hall, he definitely had to take a look. The martial arts and scriptures in the Technique Inheritance Hall were all collected by Master Bayun when he traveled the world. There were many things that could not be seen outside. Only those who became Master Bayun's disciple had the qualifications to view them. Chapter 203. Other than transcendent martial arts, Ling Xiao's other books could be read, including astronomy, geography, and interesting news. In the outside world, quasi-transcendent martial arts were things that all martial masters yearned for, including Martial Vein, Level 9 martial masters. But here, Ling Xiao could read quasi-transcendent martial arts as he wished. This was probably the biggest benefit of becoming a transcendence disciple. However, he could read them, cultivate them, and learn them, but he was not allowed to bring them out. Of course, this restriction did not mean much to Ling Xiao. Every time he picked up a quasi-transcendent martial art, he could easily copy it. After reading the introduction, he would take a few more glances if he was interested, and throw back those he was not. Anyway, he had already finished copying them. On the path of martial arts, one could not be greedy. Therefore, Ling Xiao's goal was very clear. His defensive martial art was the transcendent martial art Heavenly Dragon Golden Body. His inner strength cultivation method was the quasi-transcendent martial art Snow Lotus Truth. His fist technique was the quasi-transcendent martial art Divine Prison King Fist. His cultivation method was the quasi-transcendent martial art Shadow Cultivation Secret Technique. His soul cultivation method was the quasi-transcendent martial art Soul Ignition Art. Therefore, he did not need to choose any of these martial arts. Multiple Shadow Sword Technique was slightly inferior. It was a high-grade martial art. although it was said that after obtaining a killing move, its power was not inferior to quasi-transcendent martial arts. However, it was only a high-grade martial art, so it had to be improved. In addition, soaring cloud steps needed to be improved, imperial sword technique also needed to be improved, and ox demon skill also needed to be improved. This way, his goal was very clear. After a careful selection, Ling Xiao could not help but sigh. Transcendent martial artists are indeed transcendent martial artists. The quasi-transcendent martial arts in Master Bai Yun's Inheritance Hall are so comprehensive that it makes one speechless. It is even richer than the high-grade martial arts in the Ling family's library. Multiple shadow sword technique was the complete version of 13 shadow swords. It was a quasi-transcendent martial art. The first 6 levels were exactly the same as the multiple shadow sword technique, or even the same thing. However, this 13 shadow swords had 3 more levels. At the 7th level, the number of shadow clones could increase to 6. At the 8th level, the number of shadow doppelgangers could increase to 9. At the 9th level of perfection, the number of shadow clones could be increased to 13. In an instant, 13 sword shadows could be shot out, which was extremely terrifying. Imperial sword technique bronze scroll, a quasi-transcendent martial art, also known as 5 elements imperial sword technique. More importantly, after cultivating it, one would be able to infuse the power of the 5 elements into one's flying sword, resulting in different effects. It was far more powerful and faster than the black metal scroll, and its effects were far more miraculous. There were a total of 5 moves: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The order didn't matter. As for the cultivation of soaring cloud steps and ox demon arts, they required a large number of quasi-transcendent martial arts as a foundation. This was not a problem. In the past, when he didn't have the Shadow Cultivator Secret technique, he could do it. Now that he had the Shadow Cultivator Secret technique, his cultivation speed was even faster. He just needed to cultivate a few more quasi-transcendent martial arts as materials to upgrade these 2 mystical arts. Others would be in a hurry to cultivate after choosing a martial art. After all, there were only 6 hours a day. However, there was no need for Ling Xiao to do so. He could slowly cultivate after he returned. Therefore, at this moment, he began to flip through the notes and books left behind by Grandmaster Bai Yun, hoping to understand more about this world. When he was still a beggar, Ling Xiao loved to listen to his grandfather's stories about the outside world. However, his grandfather, Hong Qi, was only a beggar in the end. He didn't know much. The most he talked about was the matters of Baiyun province. He couldn't even talk about the entirety of Northern Han, much less the human race's holy dynasty, the various countries overseas, and the entire world. It can't be. Isn't the human sacred dynasty the center of the world? Why is it only a country on the heavenly dragon continent? After reading one of the records, Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. This world was called the Mystic World. The Mystic World had 13 continents, and the heavenly dragon continent was only one of them. The human sacred dynasty was located on this continent. Although it was considered a relatively large country, it was only ranked 3rd. Ling Xiao found it hard to accept this fact for a while. In the traditional view, the human sacred dynasty was the center of the world. It was the largest country, and also the only country that belonged to the human race. However, it seemed that the reality was a little different. On the heavenly dragon continent, there were hundreds of small and large countries. However, there were only 3 countries that were more powerful: the human sacred dynasty, the Blue Eyes Empire, and the barbarian Golden Tribe. The ninja country where the ninja clan was located was relatively famous, but it was only a small country. However, The ninja clan's martial arts development was obviously better than the human sacred dynasty. Therefore, their reputation on the heavenly dragon continent had gradually surpassed the human sacred dynasty. The current human sacred dynasty could be said to be bullied by everyone. It was originally composed of 13 vassal countries and was incomparably powerful. It was indeed the most powerful country on the heavenly dragon continent. However, with the disappearance of the martial spirit, the human sacred dynasty's internal decayed and degenerated. This colossus was almost in a state of disintegration. Ling Xiao couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. At that time, he felt that the Heavenly Peak City was the most prosperous city and Sky Cloud City was an unreachable place. Now, he suddenly realized that not to mention Sky Cloud City, the entire Baiyun province was nothing. After all, Baiyun province was only a province that belonged to the human sacred dynasty's 13 vassal countries, the Northern Han country. Unfortunately, when he wanted to read more, he realized that it was too little. Other than the human sacred dynasty in the heavenly dragon continent, which had a more detailed record, the rest were all mentioned in passing. The other 12 continents in the mystic world didn't even have a name. This meant that Master Baiyun didn't know either. It seemed that if he wanted to know these, he could only wait until he became stronger and advanced to the transcendent realm before he went out to explore. How big was the mystic world? What magical things would there be on the 13 continents? These really made one's blood boil. Ling Xiao suddenly felt that there was one more reason for him to increase his strength. That was to search for the secrets of this world. The world was so big, he had to take a look. After leaving the cultivation hall, Ling Xiao entered into a state of cultivation again. But this time, he only had one goal, and that was to evolve the soaring cloud steps. Movement skills had always been very important to him. Although the ghost ship's remnant soul combined with soaring cloud steps was close to the standard of a quasi-transcendent movement skill, but it still wasn't qualified. This made him fall behind others in terms of movement skills. Ox Demon skill was after all an auxiliary skill, whereas soaring cloud steps was an important means to protect his life, so he couldn't be careless. To evolve soaring cloud steps was relatively simple. He only needed to use 2 sets of quasi-transcendent movement skills as the foundation. Some people might say that since he already had quasi-transcendent movement skills, then why did he need to evolve soaring cloud steps? The reason was simple. After evolving soaring cloud steps, even if it wasn't a transcendent movement skill, then it would definitely be the strongest quasi-transcendent movement skill. In this way, it would definitely be much more valiant than other quasi-transcendent movement skills. 7 days later, Ling Xiao came out of closed-door cultivation once again. At the same time, Dai Yuling and the others also came out of closed-door cultivation. The Baiyun Monastery's master was still presiding over the examination. Master Baiyun's 12 disciples under the age of 16 were all gathered in the Baiyun Monastery's martial arts practice hall. Is Master not coming? Fei, you asked Master Baiyun in disappointment. During this period of time, although his cultivation hadn't reached the 8th level of the martial vein realm, he had cultivated a quasi-transcendent movement skill to perfection. He really wanted to show off his skills in front of Master Baiyun. Chapter 204. Master doesn't need to come. He can see it. So, you guys have to perform well. Taoist Iran said with a smile. Great. Flying Fish clenched her fist and looked at Ling Xiao. She clearly wanted to spar with Ling Xiao. Although they couldn't kill or cripple people in the martial arts practice hall, teaching Ling Xiao a lesson was still good. Since today is an assessment, everyone has to fight. However, it's best to choose opponents with similar strength. Otherwise, it won't be meaningful. An assessment was an assessment, not a competition. It was an assessment prepared by Master Bayun to assess the cultivation situation of his disciples. Therefore, it was natural for him to see the problem with the opponents with similar strength. If the difference in strength was too great, then there was no need to spar. Senior brother ran. That would be a waste of time. Why don't I be the defending champion and let them spar with me? During the spar, I just need to maintain the same cultivation level as my opponent. How about it? Ming Tian said with a smile. That's a good idea. It's fairer to use you as a reference. Taoist, Ran thought for a moment and nodded. Master Bayun didn't set any rules for the assessment, so he had the final say. Who's first? Ming Tian arrived at the center of the martial arts practice hall and looked at the remaining 11 people. I'll go. The first one to fight was actually Zuolong. The two of them should be very familiar with each other. Despite having the same cultivation level, they were evenly matched. As expected, the two of them had similar talent and potential. It was just that Ming Tian's cultivation level was much higher than Zuolong's. After that, flying fish, butterfly dance, Zhuhua, Luxing, Shirlei, Ling Yixue, Dai Yuling, and Cold Plum fought with Ming Tian one after another. Of course, Ling Yixue lasted the longest. She lasted until the 100th move and still didn't fall into a disadvantage. However, she gradually lost after the 100th move. Although Ming Tian suppressed his cultivation, the quality and density of his true essence was still stronger than Ling Yixue's. More importantly, he used a transcendent martial art. Ling Yixue finally lost after the 120th move. This was normal. The one that surprised everyone the most was Cold Plum. Cold Plum's endurance was actually second only to Ling Yixue's. She only lost after more than 90 moves, and even left a scar on Ming Tian's hand. In the darkness, a surprised voice sounded. Others didn't notice it, but Ling Xiao did. It turned out that Master Bayun had been paying attention to this assessment, but he didn't show himself. You are the only one left. Ming Tian smiled at Ling Xiao and said, I'm very interested in you. Come on. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, forget it. Why? Ming Tian was puzzled. If we're at the same level of cultivation, senior brother, you'll lose. Moreover, it won't be of much use to me. Ling Xiao explained, it would be better to let me exchange blows with Dai Yuling, who is at the early stage of the 8th level martial vein. The effect might be better. How dare you? Are you looking down on senior brother Ming Tian? Before Ming Tian could say anything, the geniuses from the Heavenly Enduring Academy were unhappy. Not at all. Ling Xiao was too lazy to explain. It wasn't that he looked down on Ming Tian, but if they were at the same level of cultivation, he was definitely stronger than Ming Tian. Without any pressure, he felt that this kind of exchange was meaningless. Ling Xiao, you can't be the only one who's special. You should exchange blows with Ming Tian first. This is to test your cultivation, not to fight. Taoist Ran looked at Ling Xiao and said, forget it. Since Taoist Ran has spoken, I'll listen to you. Ling Xiao knew that Taoist Ran had a good relationship with Lin Zhe. Even if he didn't give Lin Zhe face, he had to give Taoist Ran face. Junior brother Ling, your cultivation is at the late stage of the 7th level martial vein, right? Don't worry, I'll suppress my cultivation to the early stage of the 7th level martial vein. If you win, I'll call you senior brother. Ming Tian was clearly angered by Ling Xiao's words and said coldly, that's not necessary. I heard that senior brother Ming Tian has a fine treasure sword called the Drifting Snow Sword. If I win, how about you give that sword to me? Ling Xiao just shook his head and continued, ha, no problem. Ming Tian didn't think that he would lose to Ling Xiao at all. He had the transcendent internal strength mantra and transcendent martial skill. He also had the quasi-transcendent martial skill and quasi-transcendent martial skill. Challenging someone of a higher level was as common as drinking water. Ling Xiao was only at the late stage of the 7th level martial vein. He thought that suppressing his cultivation to the early stage of the 7th level martial vein was more than enough. One had to know that when he was at the peak of the 6th level martial vein, he had killed a martial artist at the peak of the 7th level martial vein. Now that he was dealing with Ling Xiao at the early stage of the 7th level martial vein, he was already very cautious. He really wasn't arrogant. "Thank you, senior brother," Ling Xiao said with a smile. "Okay, make your move." Ming Tian waved his hand and said, "Whoosh." In an instant, Ling Xiao's figure disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Ming Tian. The whole process was like teleportation. Too fast. Everyone present was surprised. Even Ling Yixue, who had always known Ling Xiao very well, didn't expect that Ling Xiao's speed was even more terrifying than before. This speed was too terrifying. No wonder he said that even Ming Tian couldn't win against him at the same level of cultivation. Just this movement alone was enough to be in an invincible position. Quasi-transcendent martial skill. No, this is the entry level of the transcendent martial skill. The pupils of the Baiyun Monastery's perfected person suddenly shrank as he stared at Ling Xiao in disbelief. He guessed right. In these 7 days, Ling Xiao had finally successfully upgraded the soaring cloud steps. Now, the soaring cloud steps had been completely reborn and evolved into an entry-level transcendent martial skill. The name had also changed to Cloud Dragon Divine Walk. This was more thorough than the previous evolution. After all, it had evolved into a transcendent martial skill, so it was reasonable for such a big change to occur. Bloodblade Shadow King Kill. Ling Xiao instantly activated the multiple shadows sword art to the peak of the 6th level, and then the Bloodblade Remnant Soul appeared behind him. This was an extremely strange shadow. It completely went from a position that Ming Tian couldn't imagine. When the sword light appeared, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Ah! Ming Tian couldn't resist at all, and his body was pierced by the sword. "I already said that you can't be my opponent at the same level of cultivation, let alone the early 7th level of the martial vein. If this was a battle of life and death, you would already be dead." Ling Xiao returned to his original position. He stood there with a cold expression on his face. If he couldn't even kill a martial master at the early 7th level of the martial vein in an instant, his years of cultivation would have been in vain. "Humph, Ming Tian, you idiot, you underestimated the enemy too much." Zuolong couldn't help but curse. In fact, although he said so, if he were Ming Tian, he would probably be at a disadvantage when facing Ling Xiao. "Shut up," Ming Tian glared at Zuolong, and then said to Ling Xiao while healing his wounds, "Yes, I admit that I underestimated you. Let's have another battle. This time, I'll fight with you at the same level of cultivation. How about it?" Being pierced by Ling Xiao's sword in the abdomen was nothing to him, but he had really lost face. So he wanted to win a round. "Before that, senior brother, shouldn't you give me the drifting snow sword first?" Ling Xiao said lightly. Chapter 205. "This is the floating snow sword for you. Can we start again, now?" Ming Tian casually threw a fine-quality sword to Ling Xiao. Although fine-quality swords were very precious, he was not good at using swords. This sword was originally intended to be sold. Even if he gave it to Ling Xiao, he would not hesitate too much. "Good sword." Ling Xiao held the floating snow sword in his hand and felt that it was indeed much stronger than the ice glass sword. The advantage of a weapon was that it could increase the power of one's moves and save Shen Yuan. It was definitely not just a decoration. Ling Xiao, who had obtained the floating snow sword, casually put away the ice glass sword and looked at Ming Tian. Senior brother Ming Tian, I hope you can fight me with the cultivation of the early 8th level martial vein realm. Otherwise, you still have no chance of winning. Ming Tian's expression changed greatly, and he was furious. He coldly snorted and said, I indeed underestimated you. I admit that I am not your opponent with the cultivation of the early 7th level martial vein realm. However, I have never lost to someone of the same cultivation. Don't talk nonsense. That's true, but Senior brother Ming Tian, are you not going to take out a wager? Ling Xiao said without changing his expression. He felt that if Ming Tian was not willing to show his cultivation of the early 8th level martial vein realm, it would be a waste of time. Therefore, a wager was necessary. Ling Xiao, don't push your luck. Fei Yu, who was beside him, could not stand it anymore and shouted. Shut up! Ming Tian fiercely glared at Fei Yu, then took out a Zhen Yuan Dan and said, This is a high-grade Zhen Yuan Dan. It is the best pill under the transcendent realm. How about using it as a wager? Thank you for the pill, senior brother. Ling Xiao nodded, and then shook the floating snow sword. It was still the same fighting style as before. Bloodblade Shadow King slash. A strange sword move pierced straight towards Ming Tian. However, this time, the angle and direction of the move were completely different. The terrifying thing about the Bloodblade Remnant Soul was that even if it was the same move, it could attack in a completely different way, making it impossible for the enemy to guard against it. Humph, do you think I will be injured by the same move? Ming Tian coldly snorted. Suddenly, the shadow of a silver fox appeared behind him. The fox had 9 tails, its eyes were fierce, and its claws were extremely sharp. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a very powerful and strange aura. 9-tailed ninja, and it's a complete ninja spirit. Perfect souls can be divided into 3 levels: transparent, incorporeal, and corporeal. Naruto's ninja soul is obviously in the incorporeal state. Is this a complete ninja soul? Ling Xiao can't win. Although his remnant soul has reached 80%, there is still a huge difference between it and a complete soul. Moreover, Naruto's complete soul has already entered the 2nd stage. The 9-tailed ninja spirit suddenly appeared, and a blood-red wind suddenly appeared around Ming Tian's body, forming a layer of blood-red armor. Ling Xiao's drifting snow sword stabbed into this layer of armor, but it did not cause any damage. Instead, it was bounced back by the powerful force. Ha ha! Ling Xiao, do you still dare to say that you're invincible under the same cultivation level? Seeing that he had easily broken through Ling Xiao's attack, Ming Tian's confidence was greatly boosted. His previously slightly shaken heart had completely returned to normal. It was quite strong. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He could feel that Naruto's body was not as simple as a complete soul. The armor on the surface of his body should be a special effect caused by some kind of transcendent inner strength mental cultivation method. Although his Bloodblade Shadow Monarch slash was strange, its power was still slightly inferior and could not pierce through it. Ling Xiao, who had been bounced back, easily stabilized his body. His expression did not change at all. No one could guess what he was thinking. Looking at Naruto again. Not only did the 9-tailed fox behind him look more ferocious, but the armor on his body had also undergone some changes. It had actually turned into the appearance of a fox. Whoosh! Suddenly, a claw appeared from the blood-red armor and clawed at Ling Xiao with lightning speed. That's the transcendent inner strength mental cultivation method of the ninja clan Demon Fox Featherclothes technique. I didn't expect that in just a month he would have already cultivated this transcendent inner strength mental cultivation method to the 4th level, entering the realm of great success. A genius is indeed a genius. The Bayun Monastery master side. On one hand, he was muttering to himself, and on the other hand, he was actually explaining to the others. Gigantic spirit kill. Facing Naruto's attack, Ling Xiao did not retreat. After dodging the attack with the Cloud Dragon Divine Travel, the remnant soul behind him also turned into the remnant soul of a giant sword. At the same time, the drifting snow sword condensed a huge sword chi and stabbed at Naruto. What a strong attack, but it's meaningless against my Demon Fox Feather Clothes technique. Naruto did not put the gigantic spirit kill in his eyes at all. On the strange Demon Fox Feather Clothes, blood-red claws constantly appeared, forcibly blocking the sword chi of the gigantic spirit kill. Something happened that shocked Naruto. Although the gigantic spirit kill did not cause any harm to him, he was surprised to find that part of his true essence was constantly freezing. Some of the true essence that had leaked out actually merged back into the gigantic spirit kill and attacked him instead. This caused his Demon Fox Feather Clothes to suffer repeated attacks, forcing him to increase the output of his true essence. However, don't forget that he had suppressed his cultivation to the late stage of the 7th level martial vein. Forcefully using a transcendent martial art at the great success stage would cause a huge burden. Now that he had to increase the output of his true essence, the situation was not good. If you don't increase your cultivation, you'll lose. Ling Xiao was not afraid of a battle of attrition the least. Damn it, I don't believe that I can't win against you at the same cultivation level. Naruto was an arrogant person, a confident person, a person filled with pride. He was absolutely unwilling to admit defeat. As he increased the input of true essence, the red Demon Fox Feather Clothes became much bigger. Behind him, the 9-tailed ninja spirit also pounced forward and slapped at Ling Xiao with its claws. You don't believe it? Then I'll show you something interesting. Ling Xiao suddenly took out the ice glass sword, the drifting snow sword in his right hand, and the ice glass sword in his left. Not only that, behind him, the blood saber remnant soul appeared again, but the giant sword remnant soul did not disappear. 2 martial Dao remnant souls appeared at the same time. How is this possible? This time, even the Bayun monastery master stood up in shock. The rest of the people did not know what to say. Even in the ancient times when martial spirits were prosperous, there were very few people who had more than 2 martial spirits at the same time. And there was only one person who could use 2 martial spirits at the same time. That person was the Mountain River Great Emperor, who had created the sacred dynasty of the human race. However, the Mountain River Great Emperor had turned his body into mountains and rivers, so it was impossible for him to appear again. He also did not have any descendants who could inherit his martial spirit. What's wrong with this kid? 2 martial Dao remnant souls are still remnant souls. There's nothing great about them. Naruto said disdainfully, "Is that so?" A smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face as he suddenly struck with both swords. Giant Spirit kill. Blood Saber. Shadow King kill. Dual Sword kill. The terrifying strength combined with the strange technique caused Naruto's expression to change greatly. So what if he had an extraordinary inner strength mental cultivation method? At the late stage of the 7th level martial vein, he was unable to display the full power of the extraordinary inner strength mental cultivation method. However, Ling Xiao could display his unique skills to his heart's content. Freak. Chapter 206. He's really a freak. It's impossible for Ming Tian to defeat Ling Xiao in terms of cultivation. Dai Yuling could see that Ling Xiao was a true genius. Even a genius like Ming Tian had no advantage in front of Ling Xiao. Using two kinds of sure-kill skills at the same time was simply unimaginable for ordinary warriors because the consumption was not something they could bear. But Ling Xiao was different. Ling Xiao's genuine essence was too abundant. In terms of genuine essence abundance, he was not inferior to a martial master at the peak of the 8th level of the martial vein. Moreover, he could use the special effect of the mountain river martial spirit to constantly devour genuine essence to replenish his consumption. It was very simple to use two killing moves. No, impossible. Ming Qian's face became very ugly. He was very clear about the power of Ling Xiao's attack. In that instant, his aura rose rapidly from the late 7th level of the martial vein to the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein. Not enough, it's not enough. Ming Qian's face became more and more ugly. He had already released his cultivation to the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein, but he still felt that he could not block Ling Xiao's attack. Boom! There was a loud noise. The blood-red claws touched the two-sword chi. Ling Xiao flew out and somersaulted more than 10 times before he could stand firm. Not only that, but there was also a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Both of his arms were broken by the sharp red claws. On the other side, Ming Tian was unharmed, but his face was not good at all. Because he had just raised his cultivation to the early 8th level of the martial vein, he had gained the upper hand in this battle by suppressing his cultivation. "It's over?" Shirley was stunned for a moment and asked, "Ming Tian, you're too cruel. I said that you can't cause serious disability in a spar. Do you want to cripple Ling Xiao?" The master of the Baiyun monastery wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Everything had happened too quickly. He hadn't expected that Ming Tian would be forced to use his early 8th level martial vein cultivation. Ming Tian lowered his head and didn't say anything. He only felt humiliated. He had two transcendent martial arts, and both of them had already reached the large success stage. Yet he actually had to rely on his cultivation to suppress his opponent. It was too embarrassing. The geniuses from the Heavenly Ninja Academy had a flash of joy on their faces. In his heart, he cursed, "Serves you right." Ling Xiao was crippled. No matter how good his potential was, it was meaningless. Junior brother, young master. On the latent dragon camp side, Ling Yixue and Cold Plum hurried over to support Ling Xiao. Ling Yixue's face was gloomy. She swore that she would use the same method to cripple Ming Tian to avenge Ling Xiao. "Don't come over." Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao shook his head and shouted, "Senior brother Ming Tian, our battle isn't over yet." Early 8th level martial vein cultivation. This is more interesting. Ling Xiao, don't mess around. We know how you feel, but how can you fight with your arms broken? The master of the Baiyun monastery, Shirley, and the others all thought that Ling Xiao was a little crazy because he was crippled. Broken arms? Ling Xiao smiled. Suddenly, his arms flickered with golden light. In just a moment, his broken arms had regenerated. Regenerating broken limbs. How can a mere martial master regenerate broken limbs? Isn't this a level that only transcendent martial artists can achieve? I heard that the 9 transformation golden body technique has reached the 9th transformation. With a large amount of gold, one can achieve this. However, I heard that other than the creator of the 9 transformation golden body technique, no one else has been able to reach this level. Ha ha, this kid, why does he always surprise people? Shirley laughed heartily, looking at the geniuses of the Heavenly Ninja Academy. Their originally smiling faces became extremely awkward. They thought that Ling Xiao was crippled and could no longer pose a threat to them. However, in reality, Ling Xiao had once again slapped their faces, giving them another shock. "Senior brother Ming Tian, let's continue." Ling Xiao moved his arms, and felt that it was exactly the same as before. The 9 transformation golden body technique was indeed magical. Although it cost him 2 million gold to regenerate his arms, it was worth it. Continue? Ming Tian frowned and said, "Do you really think that you can challenge my 8th level martial vein cultivation with your late 7th level martial vein cultivation?" Although the early 8th level martial vein was still far from his true cultivation, the early 9th level martial vein, at this level, his mastery of transcendent martial arts would be more skillful, and his abilities would be greatly improved. He really didn't believe that Ling Xiao could defeat him. "I only have a 20% chance of defeating you, who is at the early 8th level martial vein. However, I have a 50% chance of winning if we fight to a draw," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "How about this, senior brother? If I can maintain the high-grade true elemental Dan just now, how about you give it to me? Previously, you violated the rules to increase your strength, so it doesn't count." In order to challenge Ming Tian, who had raised his strength to the early 8th level martial vein, Ling Xiao could be considered to be going all out. Because fighting with such an expert would benefit him greatly. Only under such immense pressure could he make breakthroughs in all aspects faster. "All right, I'll fulfill your wish." Ming Tian gritted his teeth and said, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. Since Ling Xiao had the ability to regenerate broken limbs, then he didn't need to hold back. He had to teach this fellow a lesson. He knew that even if his broken limbs were regenerated, the pain would still exist. It was a good opportunity to let Ling Xiao suffer a little so that he wouldn't dare to look down on him like this. Although he and Ling Xiao were both disciples of Master Bai Yun, he was a true disciple, and Ling Xiao was only an entry-level disciple. He really couldn't bear to make a fool of himself. "Come on!" He roared angrily, and his aura soared. The demon fox feather coat became even more solid, and the 9-tailed ninja spirit behind him let out a deafening howl. He didn't believe that a complete ninja spirit, an early 8th level martial vein cultivation, and an extraordinary inner force cultivation method wouldn't be able to suppress Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. The blood saber remnant soul and the giant sword remnant soul behind him disappeared at the same time. Replacing them was a cherry tree. However, this cherry tree was a little strange. It was actually pitch black. Even the petals were pitch black. Cherry tree martial spirit. Complete martial spirit. Ling Xiao actually has a complete martial spirit. How many trump cards does this brat have that he hasn't used yet? The onlookers were already a little numb from the repeated attacks. Only Fei Yu and Fei Mu were so hateful that their eyes were bleeding. This was because they knew that Ling Xiao's cherry tree martial spirit was the cherry tree ninja spirit that he had taken from Fei Mu. Ling Xiao didn't care about Fei Yu and Fei Lu's gazes. He knew very well that Ming Tian, who had suppressed his strength to the early 8th level martial vein, was definitely stronger than a martial master of the same cultivation level. Therefore, he was going to attack with all his might. The first move of the Divine Hell King Fist, Bull's Head Smash. The pitch-black cherry trees were cherry blossoms from hell. The aura of decay and death filled the place and enveloped the entire martial arts practice hall. In the cherry blossom forest, a bull of death spat out black air from its nostrils. Its scarlet eyes were fixed on Ming Tian, who was not far away. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao's entire body was wrapped by the bowl of death. This was the special effect of the bull demon art under the divine Hell King Fist. Seeing this scene, Ming Tian gave up on underestimating his opponent. Chapter 207. The Demon Fox Feather Cloak technique was paired with the extraordinary martial technique 9-Tail Blast Fist. Ming Tian slowly punched out with his fists. A crimson light condensed in his hands, exuding a dangerous aura. The master of the Bayun monastery also became nervous. He didn't dare to be careless because he could feel that Ming Tian's punch could kill any martial artist below the early stage of the 8th level of the martial vein. He wasn't sure if Ling Xiao would die, but he had to be careful. He couldn't react when Ling Xiao's arms were torn apart. This time, he couldn't do the same. Terrifying. Ling Xiao also felt that his divine prison king fist was no match for the nine-tail blast fist. What should he do? Of course, he had a way. The sky dragon true essence in his body was extracted and integrated into the divine prison king fist. A strange scene appeared. There seemed to be a golden dragon coiling around the ox of death, and the aura of the divine prison king fist suddenly soared. This isn't right. The divine prison king fist is only a quasi-transcendent martial technique, but the power of this punch is no less than that. What's going on? Zuolong narrowed his eyes and stared at Ling Xiao. Originally, he didn't care about Ling Xiao, but today's battle changed his mind. Even he couldn't deal with Ling Xiao's endless means. Unless he suppressed it with his cultivation. The master of the Bayun monastery was also shocked. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to increase the power of the divine prison king fist to such an extent. It's not enough. Ling Xiao knew very well that he was still no match for Ming Tian. At that moment, his whole body flickered with golden light as he displayed the sky dragon golden body. This was a transcendent martial technique, which was no worse than Ming Tian's transcendent martial technique. It can still become stronger. Cold sweat oozed from Ming Tian's forehead. He knew very well that he had exerted 100% of his combat strength under the early stage of the 8th level of the martial vein. But why did he feel that his opponent had caught up? Boom! Once again, the power of Ling Xiao's divine Hell King Fist increased again. In the dark cherry blossom forest, a ghost ship floated over and injected an even more terrifying aura into this punch. Finally, the fists of the two men collided. The entire martial arts practice hall was shaken. Except for the Bayun monastery master and Zuolong, the rest of the people were scared witless, and their expressions changed greatly. A terrifying power seeped into their bodies, eroding their true essence, forcing them to sit cross-legged on the ground and circulate their true essence to expel this terrifying aura. And this aura was merely the aura that leaked out from the collision of their fists. Boom, boom. In the martial arts practice hall, the ground that had been specially reinforced was still trembling from the impact. The entire martial arts practice hall began to shake. Pa! The two figures separated. Ling Xiao floated backwards and landed firmly on the ground. Although his clothes were a bit messy and torn, there was no trace of injury on his body. The terror of the heavenly dragon golden body was truly astonishing. Combined with the defensive power of the 9 transformations golden body technique, he was actually able to negate most of the damage caused by Ming Tian. The rest of the damage was basically transferred to the ground beneath his feet. On the other hand, Ming Tian's situation was even worse than his. Not only were his clothes tattered, but there were even several scars on his body. Although these scars looked very light and almost did not cause any harm to Ming Tian. But he was injured after all. Senior brother, thank you for showing mercy. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said, I did not show mercy. You should be proud. Ming Tian frowned and then shook his head. A loss is a loss. Here's the true essence pill. While speaking, Ming Tian threw a high-grade true essence pill to Ling Xiao. However, although this guy seemed to admit defeat on the surface, he was still up to no good. The true essence pill was wrapped in his blazing true essence pill. If he was not careful, he would definitely make a fool of himself. He did not want to hurt Ling Xiao. He just wanted to embarrass Ling Xiao. However, it was a pity. Ling Xiao did not even give him the chance. Under the protection of the heavenly dragon golden body, the blazing true essence was completely absorbed by Ling Xiao in a moment. To Ming Tian, this was called losing the wife and losing the soldiers. Don't be too proud. Today, I suppress my cultivation, so the extraordinary martial skill could not display its original power. You took advantage of me. Seeing that Ling Xiao did not suffer a loss, Ming Tian could not help but say, "Of course, I understand." Ling Xiao knew very well that although Ming Tian said those words out of indignation, he was telling the truth and not spouting nonsense. Outside the martial arts hall, inside the True Spirit Hall, Master Baiyun, Linzai, and Wan Ben sat cross-legged there. At the moment when Ling Xiao and Ming Tian's battle ended, Linzai said with a smile, "Master, you saw it. Ling Xiao's potential is much stronger than you imagined. He defeated Ming Tian, who was in the early stage of the 8th level martial vein, when he was only in the late stage of the 7th level martial vein. I'm afraid his potential is even stronger than Ming Tian's." "Linzai, don't brag too much. He was just lucky. If Ming Tian did not underestimate him, he would have already lost." Wan Ben naturally did not want Linzai to be proud. "This child is a little strange. Master has indeed misjudged him. However, he has already acknowledged you as his master, so he can no longer be my true disciple." Master Baiyun shook his head and furrowed his brows. He had really miscalculated this time. He did not expect Ling Xiao, this freak, to be so terrifying. "Master, I can expel him from the sect and let him acknowledge you as his master." Linzai said anxiously, "There is no need to expel him from the sect. Just let him change the name of the sect." Master Baiyun said lightly, "All right, thank you, Master. I believe Ling Xiao will be happy to do so." Linzai was very excited, although he was a little disappointed in the depths of his heart that such a good genius was going to be handed over to someone else. However, he was very clear that becoming Master Baiyun's true disciple was definitely better than following him. Ming Tian is about to get angry. Master Baiyun suddenly smiled and said, "Speaking of which, I really have to thank Ling Xiao. Ming Tian is actually very talented. It's just that he is more playful and not as diligent as Zuolang. Otherwise, he would have already reached the peak of the 9th level martial vein." Next, you will see Ming Tian's serious state. Master Baiyun really thought highly of Ling Xiao. No matter how outstanding Ling Xiao's performance was, he was not his true disciple after all. Therefore, his attitude was naturally different. "Come, the 11 of you play with me. I want a vent." Ming Tian was indeed angry. He was angry. After all, the feeling of suppressing one's cultivation and not being able to display it freely was too unpleasant. 11 of you together?" Zuolong said with a smile. "Ming Tian, I understand that you want a vent, but do you really want to do this?" "Of course." Ming Tian looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Don't worry, I won't target you. You can attack me as much as you want. You guys play with him. Of course, remember that the purpose of this battle is to gain some enlightenment from it." Master Baiyun said with a smile. Ming Tian was an early 9th level martial vein martial master. Among the rest, the strongest was Zuolong, who was already at the peak of the 8th level martial vein martial master. Dai Yuling was an early 8th level martial vein martial master. Chapter 208. Senior Brother Ming Tian, you should know that besieging isn't just a matter of numbers. Are you sure you want to do this? You'll be at a disadvantage. Ling Xiao knew that Ming Tian would definitely target him from the start of the battle. Even he wouldn't dare to face an early 9th level martial vein realm martial master head-on. At that time, he wouldn't even have the chance to run away. The difference in cultivation was too big. It wasn't something that could be made up for by cultivation techniques and talent. Therefore, he didn't want to do that. Thank you for your concern, junior brother. However, your worries are unnecessary. Even if you all attack together, you won't be able to last more than 3 moves against me. Mingtian said with a smile. What a headache. Why don't senior brother Mingtian give us some rewards? We can't be defeated by you for nothing, right? Ling Xiao didn't like to do things that didn't benefit him. No matter what the final result is, each of you will get a low-grade true elemental pill. The Baiyun monastery master said. Master Baiyun was really biased towards Mingtian. In order to let Mingtian regain his confidence, he was willing to give out 11 low-grade true elemental pills. True elemental pills weren't jelly beans. Even if it was a low-grade true elemental pill, it was still extremely precious. One pill was worth at least 100,000 gold taels. Not many people could afford it. Monastery master, this won't do. What if we win? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. That's impossible. The Baiyun monastery master shook his head and said, let's not talk about your cultivation. Even if 11 peak 8th level martial vein realm martial masters joined forces, they wouldn't be able to defeat Mingtian. I'm just saying what if. Ling Xiao insisted. Let's not talk about winning. As long as you can injure Mingtian, each of you will get 10 true elemental pills. The Baiyun monastery master said with a smile. All right, monastery master is straightforward. Ling Xiao smiled and called the 4 people of the latent dragon camp together. He whispered a few words in their ears. It wasn't that he didn't want to join forces with the geniuses of the Heavenly Enduring Academy. It was just that he didn't trust them. If he joined forces with them, he would be held back. Do as I say. Is there a problem? Ling Xiao looked at the latent dragon camp after he finished speaking. No problem. Dai Yuling nodded. Actually, there were 4 people here. As long as Dai Yuling agreed, the other 3 would definitely agree. Then it's settled. Have you finished your discussion? Mingtian had already reached the center of the martial arts demonstration hall. He looked at Ling Xiao impatiently. It's over. Let's begin. Although Ling Xiao said that, he stood outside with the other 4 members of the latent dragon camp and did not join in. Coward. Flying Fish cursed and stood with Fei Lu, Jia Wu, Zhu Hua, Lu Xing, and Zuolang surrounding Mingtian. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Facts would prove everything. At this moment, the atmosphere in the martial arts practice hall was a little strange. Mingtian stood in the center. He was surrounded by the geniuses of the Heavenly Enduring Academy. Outside the circle were a few people from the latent dragon camp. So what if he was a level 9 martial master? Unless you're a transcendent martial artist, if you're so arrogant, you're just waiting to suffer. Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. He believed in his plan. Even if he couldn't defeat Mingtian, he would definitely injure him. At the same time, the 3 people in the True Spirit Palace were arguing. This Ling Xiao probably doesn't know how powerful a 9th level martial master is. Wan Ben sneered. Sigh, he's taken advantage of Mingtian twice in a row. He's already a little arrogant. That's not a good personality. Master Baiyun also sighed. Master, I don't think Ling Xiao is that kind of person. Lindsay didn't agree with their point of view. Lindsay, you're too protective of this Ling Xiao. Do you dare to make a bet with your master? Master Baiyun said faintly. Disciple doesn't dare. Lin Zhe hurriedly shook his head. Are you going to disobey your master's order? Master Baiyun frowned. If Mingtian is unharmed in this battle, you should reconcile with Wan Ben and listen to him in the future. We're all from inferior races. What's the point of fighting? So, what if it's the human territory? It might be better to let the stronger Green Eyes race and Ninja race rule it. Master, don't mention this again. It's not like you haven't seen the dirty things done by the Green Eyes race and Ninja race. If the human race gives up resistance, it will be a crisis of extinction. Lindsay basically wouldn't go against Master Bai Yun, but he really couldn't agree with Master Bai Yun's opinion on this matter. I said it's a bet. If Ming Tian is injured, I'll never mention this again. Moreover, I can save you once at a critical moment. Master Bai Yun smiled. Isn't this a very good bet? Or you don't dare to bet at all? You don't believe in that Ling Xiao? Master, can I give this chance to save my life to Ling Xiao? Lindsay said after a moment of silence. Master Bai Yun was stunned for a moment, but then he nodded. I didn't expect you to value him so much. All right, I promise you. Thank you, Master. The three stopped talking and began to pay close attention to the battle in the martial arts hall. Susanu's sword. Zuolong took the lead to attack. Behind him, a huge shadow suddenly appeared. This shadow was a very famous ninja of the ninja race, Susanu. It was also known as Susanu's ninja, and it was also the second stage of the complete soul. In terms of ninja, Zuolong didn't lose to Ming Tian. With a roar, Susanu brandished the huge sword in his hand and slashed towards Ming Tian. Around Zuolong's body, there was a strange black flame burning, wrapping around his body as if it could burn everything. If it was any other early 9th level martial vein martial artist, they would have no choice but to react under the pressure of such a powerful aura. But Ming Tian didn't move. Behind him, the gigantic nine-tailed fox let out a roar, and the terrifying pressure was crushed. On his body, the demon fox feather robe was obviously more gorgeous than before. At the same time, the other 5 people of the Heavenly Ninja Academy also launched an attack. Of course, they were mainly cooperating with Zuolong. Ninja's secret art, gigantification technique. Jia Wu instantly gigantified and slashed at Ming Tian with a huge blade. Ninja's secret art, shadow transformation technique. Lu Xing didn't move, but a shadow quickly approached Ming Tian from the ground. This shadow turned into a sharp blade. Not only was it fast, but it was also very difficult to detect. Whale swallowing palm. Fei Yu also moved. The image of a whale appeared behind him. It was also a complete ninja soul, but it was the first stage of the transparent body. Flowing water sword. Fei Lu stabbed out with his sword. The sound of flowing water came from behind him, turning into countless water arrows that shot towards Ming Tian. From the looks of it, his ninja soul should be a complete flowing water ninja soul. Flying flower slash. Zhu Hua also moved. The pink pig behind her opened its mouth and spat out countless flower petals, turning into sharp blades that shot towards Ming Tian. It seemed that these 6 people didn't hold back. They wanted to gain some insights from the battle with Ming Tian. Of course, they knew that Master Bai Yun should be watching this battle from the shadows, so they wanted to show off their strength. Among the 6 people, Zuolong's attack was the strongest, and the combined attack of the 6 people was even more terrifying. Most early 9th level martial vein martial artists wouldn't be able to easily deal with such an attack. However, Ming Tian stood there with a disdainful smile on his face. Chapter 209. Featherstorm. Ming Tian didn't use any extraordinary martial skill, but only the extraordinary internal cultivation technique, Demon Fox Feather Cloak Technique. Novel. At that moment, a blood-red storm raged and swept across the surroundings. The wind howled as if the earth was shaking. He stood there like a demon descending to the mortal world, majestic. Huff-bang. Zuolong's attack was the strongest, but the counterattack was also the strongest. The terrifying feather storm condensed into a giant claw and slapped on Susanu's body. A terrifying aura quickly spread and raged. Susanoo immediately collapsed, and Zhuolang's body was also sent flying. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body, but blood was already seeping out from the corner of his mouth. Boom! Zhuolang was defeated, and the other 5 people's attacks were like paper, unable to withstand a single blow. The 5 figures came quickly and left quickly, but they were a little embarrassed when they left. They all crashed into the pillars of the martial arts hall and vomited blood crazily. Fortunately, they were all martial masters, and Ming Tian was obviously merciful. Otherwise, they would all be dead. In the True Spirit Palace, Lin Zhe was shocked. He really didn't expect Ming Tian, who was in the early 9th level of the martial vein realm, to be so powerful. His strength was definitely on par with him, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein realm. Wan Ben laughed heartily. After all, Ming Tian also came from the Heavenly Ninja Academy and had a good relationship with him. As for Master Bai Yun, his expression wasn't so exaggerated, but there was a slightly proud smile on his face. This was the disciple he had chosen. This was Ming Tian's true strength. This attack is only 60 to 70% of Ming Tian's strength. Lin Zhe, do you understand now? Ling Xiao can't even get close to him, let alone injure him. Master Bai Yun looked at Lin Zhe and smiled. Lin Zhe frowned and said, Master, Ling Xiao and the others haven't made a move yet. I say, Lin Zhe, don't be so stubborn. In fact, you should also understand that Ling Xiao and the others have no chance. Could it be that you think their combined attack is stronger than Zhuolang's attack? Wan Ben sneered. Lin Zhe opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He wasn't going to admit defeat until the battle was over. In the middle of the martial arts hall, Ming Tian stood there like a god of war. His confidence had been struck twice in a row, but this time it was completely recovered. Around him, Zhuolang and the others were all pale and battered. This guy is indeed strong, but it's not beyond my expectations. Let's move. Ling Zhao's voice rang out while Ming Tian was still enjoying his victory. As his voice was heard, the 5 people from the latent dragon camp began to move. Ming Tian looked at them with disdain. In comparison, it was obvious that the 6 people from before were stronger. However, what confused him was that the 5 people from the latent dragon camp did not attack at the same time. Only Shi Lei rushed forward. Cold Plum was nowhere to be found. Dai Yuling followed Shi Lei. Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue remained where they were. What was he trying to do? Not to mention Ming Tian. Even the 3 experts in the True Spirit Palace didn't understand. They were getting closer. Shi Lei's body suddenly changed. He became taller, at least 4 to 5 meters tall. Not only that, but he also turned into a giant with an elephant's head. This is the elephant tribe, a middle-grade tribe. Although he doesn't have a martial soul, ninja soul, or heroic spirit, he has the immemorial mammoth bloodline. As long as his bloodline is awakened, he'll be equally strong. The Baiyun monastery master explained. This was the first time Shi Lei revealed his tribe. He was afraid of trouble in the past, but this time he had no choice. He had to go all out against Ming Tian. Oh, it's the elephant tribe, but it's useless. Ming Tian sneered. Then, a blood-red claw shot out from the demon fox feather coat. It grabbed at Shi Lei. Elephant fist. Shi Lei punched out with both fists. He used 100% of his strength to resist the blood-red claw. At the same time, Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue moved. The 2 didn't need to say anything. After working together for a long time, they knew what to do. Terrifying finger. Soul-snatching palm. These 2 martial skills were both soul attacks. Ling Xiao had already analyzed that Ming Tian's defense was too strong. Under the cultivation of the 9th level martial vein, None of his attacks would be able to break through. The other party's only weakness was his soul. He had investigated before. Ming Tian's soul potential was only 1 star, which was worse than most ordinary martial artists. Therefore, soul attacks were absolutely effective against Ming Tian. Buzz. At that moment, the demon fox feather coat actually dissipated. Ming Tian's eyes were dull, as if he had lost control of his true essence. Boom. Shirley was shocked to find that his elephant fist actually landed on Ming Tian's body. Cold Plum, who had disappeared, also appeared near Ming Tian. The dagger in her hand pierced towards Ming Tian's arm. However, at this moment, Ming Tian's dull eyes suddenly regained clarity. Humph! With a cold snort, Shirley and Cold Plum were sent flying at the same time. You think you're smart? My soul potential is very poor, but do you think I don't know how to make up for my shortcomings? I have a treasure on me that specializes in resisting soul attacks. Ming Tian revealed a disdainful smile. However, after a moment, his expression changed again. He didn't know when, but a dark cloud had appeared above his head. Cold snowflakes fluttered down. In the snow, a faintly discernible white light flashed. Snow Lotus Sword Art's flying snow. A wound that wasn't deep was left on Ming Tian's fair neck, but it was very obvious. Ling Xiao sheathed his sword. However, everyone was puzzled to find that there were actually 2 Ling Xiaos standing in the martial arts demonstration hall. One was still standing with Ling Yixue at this moment. The other was looking at Ming Tian with a smile on his face. Thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao smiled, then looked at Dai Yuling and said, I'll have to trouble senior sister to help save senior brother Shi and Cold Plum. His plan wasn't complicated. Shirley and Cold Plum would numb Ming Tian, while Dai Yuling would attract Ming Tian's attention. Then Ling Yixue and his martial soul avatar would use soul attacks to confuse Ming Tian. Ming Tian would mistakenly think that they were going to attack his soul. In reality, all of this was just a pretense. There was only one real attack. It was the transcendent sword skill that Ling Xiao had finally comprehended, flying snow. After such a long time, he had only comprehended this move from the Snow Lotus Sword Art. This was also because he had come into contact with the complete Sky Dragon Golden Body and the result of his fight with Ming Tian today. Ming Tian's Demon Fox Feather Cloak Art and Nine-Tail Cannon Fist allowed him to gain a deeper understanding of the transcendent profoundness of Snow Lotus Sword Art. Speaking of which, he had to thank Ming Tian. But there was one exception. He was smiling casually. As for the rest of the people, they were completely immobilized. No one had expected this, including the people who cooperated with Ling Xiao. They didn't expect this plan to succeed. They couldn't understand how Ling Xiao had grasped Ming Tian's situation, and how he had grasped the timing of his sneak attack so accurately. This was too terrifying, even more terrifying than a powerful cultivation. I feel like I've lived in vain before. Ever since I saw Ling Xiao, I realized that there are some geniuses in this world that can't be judged by common sense. The Baiyun monastery master took a deep breath, and an excited expression appeared on his face. Chapter 2:10. Ling Xiao. Ming Tian was infuriated. Originally, he could have fought against the other 11 geniuses by himself and intimidated the others. He could achieve a complete victory. However, Ling Xiao was an anomaly. Not only was he not defeated, but he also injured him, leaving a bloody scar on his neck. That was not a scar, but a humiliation. Ever since he started practicing martial arts, he had never lost to a martial artist of the same level. Even challenging someone of a higher level had become a common occurrence. After becoming Great Master Baiyun's true disciple, he became one of the best among the younger generation. He was a true genius. He thought that Zhuolang would be his only opponent. As long as he could suppress Zhuolong, he would be the number one of the younger generation. However, Ling Zhao's appearance drove him crazy. First, he defeated him with his late-stage 7th-level martial vein cultivation base when he controlled his cultivation base to the early-stage 8th-level martial vein. Then, in the midst of this chaotic battle, he slit his neck with a sword. Although the injury was not worth mentioning to him, however, the injury to his pride was more painful than the injury to his body. In the True Spirit Palace, Wan Ben seemed to be angrier and more agitated than Ming Tian. Shameless, you only know how to sneak attack. Lin Zhe chuckled. Ha ha, it was Ming Tian who asked the 11 of us to besiege him. Why are you blaming Ling Xiao now? That's not shameless, but scheming. The corner of Master Baiyun's mouth twitched, but he did not say anything. His figure gradually faded from the spot, as if he had disappeared into thin air. After a long time, Lin Zhe heard Master Baiyun's voice. You've taught a good disciple. Not bad at all. Don't worry, I've lost the bet. I won't interfere in the matter between you and Wan Ben. If that kid is in trouble, I'll save him. At this time, Master Baiyun no longer called himself Master. It was obvious that he was unhappy. After all, Ling Xiao injured Ming Tian, which was a slap to his face. After Master Baiyun left the True Spirit Palace, he appeared in the martial arts hall. The assessment is over. To be honest, your performance disappointed me, so the reward is cancelled. Cancel? The master of the Baiyun Taoist temple was still in a daze. He could not help but say, Master, Ling Zhao's performance is absolutely unexpected. How can you say that you are disappointed? What I want is true strength and talent, not schemes and trickery, Master Baiyun said calmly. In the face of great power, all schemes are meaningless. You will understand this when you reach the Transcendence realm. So, Ling Xiao, remember this. Don't play any tricks. Just focus on improving your cultivation. After saying that, he looked at Ming Tian and said, Ming Tian, you don't have to be too discouraged. It's not a big deal to lose to a scheme. However, you were stabbed after all, so you won't get any rewards. Although he said this on the surface, he secretly transmitted a message to crying heaven. After this, you and Zhuolong will come to Master's place. Master will teach you even more powerful secret arts. In addition, don't worry about the rewards. Whatever Master has, he will definitely give it to the two of you first. Master Baiyun thought that no one had heard what he said. However, he was wrong. Although Ling Xiao could not hear what he said, the mountain and river martial spirit could analyze his words based on the fluctuation of true essence. Humph, I didn't expect a Transcendence Realm warrior to be so biased. Ling Xiao snorted coldly in his heart, but he did not say anything. After all, the opponent was too strong. If he wanted to kill him, he only needed one palm. He had no chance of surviving. Ling Xiao would not do meaningless things. The assessment ended in a hurry. Although Ling Xiao did not receive Master Baiyun's reward, he received a fine-quality sword, Drifting Snow Sword, because of the bet. 1 high-grade True Essence Dan, 10 low-grade True Essence Dawn. In addition, Lin Zhe also compensated him by giving him 100 low-grade Spirit Stones and 10 low-grade True Essence Dawn. Lin Zhe's words were very simple. Don't mind Master's words. He is old and confused. There are many things that you young people can't see clearly. Of course, Ling Xiao did not care about Master Baiyun's words. He believed that although cultivation was important, fighting skills were equally important. No matter when, if you could control everything about your opponent in the palm of your hand, you could use schemes to reduce your opponent's strength and create an advantage for yourself. That was definitely a good thing. Technique and cultivation were complementary to each other. A warrior trained by Master Bayun, no matter how strong he was just a simple-minded idiot. Once he met a smart person, no matter how strong he would be played around. When he returned to his residence, Ling Xiao did not care about this matter anymore. Since Master Bayun was obviously biased, he could not place his hopes on this old man. In fact, he did not plan to do so from the beginning. Today, after fighting with Ming Tian, he realized that Transcendence realm martial arts were the same as top-notch martial arts. They were also divided into different grades: elementary, rare, high grade. However, after high grade, there was another grade, absolute peak. His heavenly dragon golden body and snow lotus sword art were both relatively high grade. However, he was not very clear about what grade they were, because until now, his understanding of Transcendence realm martial arts was still too little. As for Cloud Dragon Divine Walk, it should be classified as an elementary Transcendence realm martial art. After all, according to the evolution rules of soaring cloud steps, it basically went up one grade at a time. It would not increase by too much all at once. After returning to his residence, Ling Xiao began to cultivate again. He had benefited a lot from the fight with Ming Tian. He took 10 true elemental pills, and his main body began to break through to the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein. Of the 2 doppelgangers, one of them began to cultivate 13 shadow transformation swords. After all, at the current stage, quasi-transcendence realm martial arts were easier to cultivate and had more moves. The other doppelganger began to consolidate the first move of Snow Lotus sword art, Flying Snow. The difficulty of comprehending Snow Lotus sword art was really a headache. This time, he had finally comprehended some Transcendence realm profound meaning from the fight. He could take advantage of this opportunity to perfect Flying Snow. For the next 10 days, Ling Xiao did not come out. He was completely in seclusion. 10 days later, in the training room, Ling Xiao stabbed out with his sword and actually created 13 doppelgangers. Not only was the scene grander, but the key was that the power had increased by several times. The power of the 2 sure kill moves, Giant Spirit Kill and Bloodblade Shadow King Kill, had also greatly increased. Before, it was only the power of a top-grade martial art, but now it was the power of a quasi-transcendence realm martial art. Of course, it could not be compared. Not to mention, the 13 doppelgangers were not just doppelgangers. Each doppelganger could increase the power of Ling Xiao's sword moves by about 70%. Now that there were 10 more doppelgangers, the power of the attack had increased by 7 times compared to before. How terrifying was this? If he had mastered 13 shadow transformation swords before the fight with Ming Tian, it would have been easier to deal with Ming Tian, whose cultivation was suppressed to the early 8th level of the martial vein. Chapter 211. In addition, Ling Xiao could already use the first form of Snow Lotus Sword incantation, Flying Snow. However, this was an extraordinary skill, and it had a high requirement for one's true essence and cultivation. He was only at the late stage of the 7th level of the martial vein, so he was unable to unleash the full power of this move. Unfortunately, with 10 true essence pills in his body, although he felt that he was just a step away from breaking through, it was still difficult to do so. However, Ling Xiao was not in a hurry. It was easier to break through in a battle. As long as the accumulated energy had reached the critical point, it would be fine. What he needed now was external pressure. He decided to go out and do something to stimulate the true essence in his body. However, the moment he stepped out, he saw Cold Plum anxiously waiting for him. "What's wrong?" Ling Xiao asked curiously. Something happened. A mechanical ship from the Blue Eyes clan blasted open the Dragon Gate harbor. Currently, the Sky Peak city has been completely occupied by the Blue Eyes clan and the ninjas. the mechanical beasts from the Blue Eyes clan, and the demonic beasts reared by the ninjas are heading towards Sky Cloud City. Cold Plum explained briefly. I'm not sure about the details, but General Lin said that once you're out, you should make a trip to the latent dragon camp. Let's go. Ling Xiao did not ask further. As Lin Zhe's direct disciple, if Lin Zhe was in trouble, he would definitely help. Moreover, ever since he came to Sky Cloud City, Lin Zhe had been treating him well, so he could not be a heartless person. In the latent dragon camp, when Ling Xiao and Cold Plum arrived, there were already many people gathered here. Other than the latent dragon camp disciples, Ling Yixue, Shi Lei, and Dai Yuling had also arrived. I won't go into the details. Now that Marshal Lin has led the border army to confront the Blue Eyes clan, the ninjas are very cunning this time. They did not help the Blue Eyes clan openly, but they have secretly supported the Blue Eyes clan with a large number of demonic beasts. General Yu saw that most of the people had arrived and immediately said loudly, "The situation is critical, and it's time for you to serve the country. If you're afraid of death, you can choose not to go, but you will be kicked out of the latent dragon camp forever. Remember, this isn't training, nor is it a spar. It's a true slaughter of life and death. Your opponents might be even stronger than you. Other than a large number of martial warriors, there will also be 7th, 8th, and even 9th level martial masters. In addition, among the mechanical beasts and demonic beasts, there will also be existences equivalent to martial artist rank 7, 8, or 9. Although this might scare a lot of people, General September felt that it was necessary to make things clear. After all, this was war, not child's play. Letting someone who was afraid of death appear on the battlefield might result in a meaningless death. When he said this, many young geniuses' faces turned pale, and their bodies began to tremble. Some even had thoughts of retreating on the spot. What latent dragon camp? What future? Whatever dream of becoming a transcendent warrior, all of it was thrown away. To them, if they lost their lives, what was the point of wanting those things? Ling Xiao also felt tremendous pressure. He had seen a peak 8th level demonic beast, the Herculean divine ape, and had even fought with it. That kind of terror was still fresh in his mind. There was also a 9th level martial master, an existence like Ming Tian. Most of the latent dragon camp's disciples would be killed before they could even get close. It was too easy for a 9th level martial master and a 9th level demonic beast to destroy a city like Tianfeng City. When the country is in danger, everyone has a responsibility. This time, there is no fixed mission. You can hunt the enemies to your heart's content. Choose the method you like the most, or the most suitable. Not every genius was a coward. At least 90% of the latent dragon camp were hot-blooded youths. They knew that they might die, but their blood did not turn cold because of this. They were still burning with passion. The battlefield is a battlefield, but it's also a place for training. What you get there might be more than what you get after a few years of seclusion. The threat of death can fully stimulate your potential. General September continued. The martial warriors who survive in the battlefield can at least increase their potential by 1 to 2 stars. This is the full potential of their body. This is also the reason why martial warriors who come from the battlefield can easily advance to the transcendent realm. Rumble! Just as General September was speaking, the ground of the entire latent dragon camp suddenly shook. A loud roar was heard from afar, and the ground seemed to be trembling. Quickly look over there. Why is there such a huge mechanical beast? Those with good eyesight quickly discovered that a huge elephant had appeared about 10 miles away from the latent dragon camp. This huge elephant was about 10 meters tall, and its entire body was obviously made of some kind of crystal. Every time it moved, there would be an earthquake. If this fellow really entered Sky Cloud City, Sky Cloud City would be trampled into smithereens. Terrifying. Ling Xiao quickly activated his Mountain River martial spirit and activated the soul imprint state. A clear image from afar appeared in his mind. So miserable. He could clearly see that under the huge elephant's feet there were numerous corpses that had been trampled into meat paste. And these people were all martial warriors and even martial masters. In a village a few hundred meters away from the huge elephant, the houses had completely collapsed, and the number of ordinary people who were crushed to death was uncountable. These people had fainted from the terrifying sound and didn't even have time to escape. Baiyun Governor Wan Ben, who should have arranged for the commoners to escape, did not do so. Coincidentally, he had actually returned to the capital to report on his work. Now that they were far away from Baiyun province, everything that happened here had become Lin Zhe's alone. It's hopeless. This is Blue Eyes Clan's strongest mechanical beast. Huge elephant puppet. It's equivalent to a human 9th level martial vein martial master. Near the huge elephant, there were many practitioners who were trembling in fear when they saw the miserable situation. Many of them had even forgotten to escape and just knelt there waiting for death, whereas some of them were running madly towards the distance. Boom! Another loud sound was heard, and the huge elephant puppet's nose spat out a ball of water, directly exploding on the pass, which was less than 1 mile away from Sky Cloud City. 10 over-practitioners were blown into smithereens, and the pass was also blasted into smithereens by the water cannon. One must know that among these 10 over-practitioners, there were 2 7th level martial masters and 1 8th level martial master. In the end, they were all gone just like that. They didn't even have time to make a move. Roar, moo, woof. Behind the huge elephant puppet, there were various demonic beasts and mechanical beasts. These demonic beasts and mechanical beasts were the vanguard of the Blue Eyes Clan practitioners. Their weakest ability was equivalent to a human practitioner who was at the 4th level martial vein realm. On their backs, those who were either standing or sitting were the practitioners from the Blue Eyes Clan. There were also some ninja practitioners who were hiding in the dark during the crossing, killing those who had slipped through the net. The war had broken out. Even though not everyone had Ling Zhao's terrifying eyesight, but that huge elephant puppet was simply too huge, and the impact it had caused had already spread to the latent dragon camp. They were naturally very clear that now was the moment of Sky Cloud City's life and death. All right, let's stop talking here. Everyone, let's move out. Kill the enemy, and the military merits obtained will be doubled. I hope everyone can survive. General Ju, you saw that the situation wasn't right and didn't waste any more words. He stood up and said loudly, and then turned towards the last barrier outside Sky Cloud City, the city protection mountain outside the city. Chapter 212. On the mountain, most of the latent dragon camp's geniuses had arrived. A few of them ran away and were killed by General Jiuyu. If it was during normal times, he wouldn't have done so, but during wartime, running away would severely affect their morale. Previously, he had already given these people a chance to inform him in advance if something happened. But these people didn't do so. Instead, they ran away when they reached the battle formation. This made people suspect that they had some special motives. After all, it was an open secret that there were spies from Heavenly Ninja Academy in the latent dragon camp. But as for who the spy was, even General Jiu, you didn't know. His deterrent killing stopped the latent dragon camp's geniuses from running away. They clenched their teeth and prepared for the battle with the Blue Eyes Clan. But standing on the mountain, the horrifying scene was still terrifying. Outside the city protection mountain, there were mechanical beasts, demonic beasts, Blue Eyes Clan, and some ninja practitioners. Ling Xiao made a rough calculation, and estimated that there were about 30 to 40,000 of them that could be seen with the naked eye. These were all practitioners, mechanical beasts, and demonic beasts. They weren't ordinary people. 30 to 40,000 people was enough to surround Sky Cloud City till not even a drop of water could trickle through. Blue Eyes Clan is indeed ambitious. They are even more blatant than the ninjas in the matter of the fantasy pill. This time, they even invaded Bayun province. Their ambition is as clear as day. General Jiu, you said, angrily, Sky Cloud City's garrison is less than 20,000. 8,000 of them are the Governor Manor's guards. Marshal Lin can only mobilize about 10,000 people, and most of them are practitioners below the 4th level of the martial vein. He continued, luckily most of them are practitioners below the 4th level of the martial vein or have mechanical beasts and demonic beasts that are equivalent to them. Otherwise, we have no chance of winning this battle. Comparatively speaking, practitioners were easier to deal with. The more troublesome ones were the mechanical beasts. These mechanical beasts were made of special materials and had amazing defense. Without the cultivation of the 4th level of the martial vein, it was impossible to break through their defense. The latent dragon camp's geniuses were here to deal with the mechanical beasts. They could leave the rest to the army. Let's begin. Don't listen to my orders. Fight on your own and choose the mechanical beasts. After General Jiu, you finished his words. He leaped out and joined the battle formation. The rest of the latent dragon camp disciples also joined the battle. There was no time to hesitate. Once Sky Cloud City was breached, it would definitely be a tragic massacre. They had family and friends, so they didn't want to see such a scene. Bang, 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 bang. All sorts of attacks smashed onto the mechanical beast's body, emitting the sound of metal clashing. It was as if they were smashing onto steel. If one looked closely, they would realize that most of the mechanical beasts were made of steel, so it was not strange for them to make such a sound. For warriors below the martial disciple level, their attacks were like scratching an itch. They had no effect at all. Boom! Ling Xiao suddenly appeared, and with a punch, the 2 ferocious bull-shaped mechanical beasts instantly turned into 2 piles of scrap metal. You guys go and deal with those demonic beasts and the blue-eyed clan warriors. Leave these mechanisms to us. Ling Xiao's hands flowed with true essence. He stood there like a god of war descending from the heavens. The martial arts students, who were currently being troubled by the mechanical beasts, saw that Ling Xiao, who was only 14 or 15 years old, had killed 2 mechanical beasts that were equivalent to a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein with a single punch. At first, he was shocked, then he was pleasantly surprised. He's a genius from the latent dragon camp. We're saved. All martial artists above the 4th level, try your best to kill the mechanical beasts. The rest of the martial artists deal with the blue-eyed clan warriors and the demonic beasts below the 4th level. Lin Zei's voice rang out. He was the overall commander of this battle. Before Ling Xiao and the others arrived, he had already killed a blue-eyed clan warrior who was at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein. He was now injured and was recovering. Otherwise, the giant elephant puppet would not have been so unscrupulous. Yes, with Lin Zei's command, the battle became more orderly. It was not as chaotic as before. Other than Ling Xiao, the other disciples of the latent dragon camp had already joined the battle. Since most of them were martial artists above the 4th level of the martial vein, they were naturally dealing with the mechanical beasts, with their participation in the battle. Although it was not enough to completely change the situation, they could gain some advantages. Especially Dai Yuling, Ling Yixue, Shirlei, Cold Plum, and Ling Xiao. The 5 of them had gained many benefits from Master Bai Yun, and their abilities had increased tremendously. When they took action, the 7th-level demonic beasts and 7th-level mechanical beasts were basically nothing. In an instant, dozens of mechanical beasts and demonic beasts below the 7th level were either destroyed or killed. This boosted the morale of the Sky Cloud City's defenders. However, there were stronger ones among the mechanical beasts and demonic beasts. The Blue-Eyed Clan had obviously come prepared, and with the help of the ninjas, they quickly turned the tables around. Both parties continued to be in a stalemate. The battle became more and more intense. The killing became more and more tragic. Death became a common occurrence on the battlefield. The geniuses of the latent dragon camp also started to sacrifice themselves. 1, 2, 3. When they died, they did not cower. Instead, they risked their lives to perish together with the mechanical beasts or demonic beasts. Even though this scene made General Jiu Yuling's heart ache, it made Lindsay's heart ache. But there was no other way. That damned Wan Ben did not allow the governor's residents to help, and even the Heavenly Ninja Academy's disciples secretly helped the Blue-Eyed Clan. Under such circumstances, the geniuses of the latent dragon camp had to fight. Otherwise, there would be no meaning in training them. Bam! Ka-ka! On the battlefield, there was a figure shuttling back and forth like lightning. Every time he stopped, there would be mechanical beasts destroyed and demonic beasts killed. With just one punch, there would be 5 to 6 mechanical beasts that were destroyed at the same time. This terrifying attack power, as well as frightening movement skills and speed, caused many martial artists of the same cultivation level to be greatly surprised. Of course, after the shock, they were naturally delighted. After all, he was one of their own. Lin Zhe looked at Ling Zhao's performance and nodded silently. He was right about this child. Not only was his innate talent outstanding, he also had a sense of righteousness for the country and knew how to help when the country was in danger. Actually, as Master Bai Yun's disciple, even if he did not participate in this battle, he would not lose his life, because he could totally leave this place. But he did not do so. Ling Yixue, Cold Plum, Shirley, Dai Yuling, and the rest were obviously influenced by Ling Xiao and played an important role on the battlefield. Be careful! Suddenly, Lin Zhe stood up abruptly, because he saw a level 8 mechanical beast rushing toward Ling Xiao, followed by 4 or 5 level 6 and level 7 mechanical beasts. Obviously, Ling Zhao's performance had attracted the attention of the Blue-Eyed Clan. They were ready to kill Ling Xiao to establish their dominance. On the battlefield, such a hero would usually be a thorn in the side of others. Ling Xiao was no exception. He had destroyed too many mechanical beasts and killed too many demonic beasts. Marshal Lin, don't worry. On the battlefield, Ling Xiao would not call Lin Zhe master or master. Here, he was a soldier. Although the level 8 mechanical beasts were powerful, they were just puppets. They did not have intelligence or brains, and only relied on simple programs to launch attacks. Chapter 213. These mechanical beasts relied on these inscriptions and large amounts of spirit stones to maintain their movements. No brains, no intelligence. Towards such an existence, Ling Xiao would remain vigilant, but he would definitely not be afraid. He had already entered the soul state. He was completely clear where the weakness of the mechanical beasts was. Meteor strike. Both fists swung out. Terrifying true essence roared and exploded in the midst of the mechanical beasts. The lower-level mechanical beasts fell to the ground one after another, motionless and completely useless. However, the higher-level 7th and 8th level mechanical beasts were still intact. This defense is indeed amazing. Ling Xiao shook his fist and finally pulled out the floating snow sword, an ice glass sword. With 2 swords in hand, he was confident and powerful. Young man, you need help? A powerful 8th level martial artist shouted from the side. No need. Ling Xiao shook his head and made a charging posture. The two swords formed a strange cross shape. Then he lightly stepped on the ground and instantly shot out, shadow transforming 13 swords, 9 swords clone slash. 9 clones slashed at the 9 mechanical beasts at the same time. Ka ka ka. In just an instant, 8 level 7 mechanical beasts all fell to the ground. Green smoke rose from their bodies, and they were completely paralyzed. What shocked the other experts was that this time the mechanical beasts were not completely destroyed. Instead, each of them had been hit by a sword. The most amazing thing was that this sword had pierced right into the core of the mechanical beasts. That was the key to the mechanical beasts being able to move. As long as it was destroyed, the mechanical beasts would naturally become useless. Was it simple? No. One had to know that the mechanical beasts had different shapes and their cores were different. It was simply impossible to accurately find the core of the 8 mechanical beasts. At the very least, the other 8th level martial vein martial masters could not do it. But Ling Xiao did it. Not only did he find these locations, but he also destroyed these cores. Bang! Ling Xiao's 9th sword pierced the 8th level mechanical beast. It was a mechanical beast that looked like a leopard. At the critical moment, the leopard mechanical beast used its claws to block Ling Xiao's sword, protecting its core. Ling Xiao's figure rapidly retreated, and then he steadied himself, feeling that the true essence in his body was a bit chaotic. However, that leopard mechanical beast was even worse off than him. Its claws were actually sliced open, and it retreated back into the group of beasts in a panic. Hooray! The martial artists began to shout. One had to know that once a level 8 mechanical beast charged into the crowd, the destruction it caused would be shocking. At that time, at least several hundred martial artists would be killed or injured. Ling Xiao repelled this guy, which was equivalent to saving hundreds of lives. Wow, he is indeed a genius of the latent dragon camp. The power of his attack is comparable to that of an early LV8 martial vein martial artist. I was worried for nothing. Yeah, he really helped us a lot this time. Ignoring the praises of others, Ling Xiao calmed the restless quintessential essence in his body and looked at the mechanical beast hiding in the herd of beasts. Compared to level 8 demonic beasts, mechanical beasts had stronger defense, but they were inferior in other aspects. Compared to an early stage 8th stage martial master, the only advantage he had was his defense. He felt that he should be able to kill it. As long as he killed this level 8 mechanical beast, not only would it affect the battle situation, it might even affect the entire battle situation. After all, even if the Blue Eyes clan brought many experts this time, there would not be more than 100 level 8 mechanical beasts. If one died, there would be one less beast. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared again. It was true that mechanical beasts were very strong. However, due to their size, most of them were very clumsy. At the very least, the leopard mechanical beast that he was facing now could not be compared to his speed. Giant Spirit Kill. When his figure reappeared, the giant sword remnant Soul appeared behind him at the same time. Only the floating snow sword was left in his hand, which turned into a huge sword shadow and enveloped the leopard mechanical beast. This was the giant spirit kill below, the 9th level of 13 swords shadow transformation. Its power was 7 times stronger than before. The leopard mechanical beast could not dodge at all. It could only wave its claws and block the huge sword shadow. However, in the next moment, the leopard mechanical beast's eyes dimmed and suddenly stopped moving. It turned out that the giant spirit kill was just a cover for Ling Xiao to create a diversion. Moreover, the one who used the giant spirit kill was not his main body, but his martial spirit avatar. At present, His martial spirit avatar had 70% of his main body's strength, which was basically equivalent to an early stage, 5th stage martial artist. With this kind of strength, using the giant spirit kill was just for show. It was scattered by the leopard mechanical beast's claw. At the same time, the martial spirit avatar was also scattered. However, this was not a problem. Ling Zhao's main body only seized the opportunity to pierce the ice glass sword into the core of the leopard mechanical beast. Good boy, really good. It's not just good. Us 8th stage, martial vein, martial masters can't do it. Yeah, his speed is so fast, and he can find the weakness of the mechanical beast so accurately. This boy is simply the nemesis of the mechanical beast. Ling Zhao successfully destroyed the leopard mechanical beast and returned to the battle formation, receiving the praise of many martial artists. Just as he expected, the destruction of the level 8 leopard mechanical beast immediately boosted the morale of the nearby martial artists. The battle situation once again developed in a favorable direction for the defenders. Roar, chirp, a whoa. Perhaps it was because Ling Zhao had killed the level 8 mechanical beast that the experts of the Blue Eyes clan were ready to make a move. A peak level 9 martial master, 6 late 9th stage martial masters, a peak level 9 mechanical beast, 3 high level 9 mechanical beasts, a peak level 9 demonic beast, and 3 high level 9 demonic beasts were all pouncing towards Ling Zhao. This was also the ultimate force of the Blue Eyes clan to start this war. Ling Zhao retreat. Facing this terrifying force, the border general's mansion had no choice but to move. Nine Sun's Qianquan fist. A figure shot out from the crowd. He looked very young. He faced the peak level 9 martial master of the Blue Eyes clan, who was pouncing towards Ling Zhao. Boom! The two sides fought and were actually evenly matched. At this time, Ling Zhao noticed that this person was none other than the supervisor of the latent dragon camp, General of the 9 Moons. As far as he knew, General of the 9 Moons was definitely not more than 30 years old. Looking at his strength, he could actually go head-to-head with a peak level 9 martial master of the Blue Eyes clan. He was also a level 9 martial master, and it was very likely that he was a late 9th stage or even a peak level martial master. The shock of General of the 9 Moons was not over yet. Another 10 figures rose into the air. Each of them faced their own opponent. These 10 people were all level 9 martial masters, and judging from their clothes, there was no doubt that they were the rumored 12 Tiger Guards. It seemed that among the 12 Tiger Guards, Dai Yuling's cultivation was the weakest, only at the 8th level of the martial vein. The other 11 were all at the 9th level of the martial vein, especially General of the 9 Moons and General of the 1st Moon. Both of them were at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein, second only to Lin Zhe. Therefore, General of the 9 Moons faced a peak level 9 martial master of the Blue Eyes clan. General of the 1st Moon faced a peak level 9 demonic beast. In addition to the 12 Tiger Guards, there were a few other level 9 martial masters wearing general's armor who charged out of the battle formation and faced the level 9 demonic beasts, level 9 mechanical beasts, and level 9 martial masters of the Blue Eyes clan other than the giant elephant puppet. Chapter 214. Leave the giant elephant puppet to me. Just as Lin Zhe slowly got up and was about to destroy the giant elephant puppet, a figure appeared on the mountain. This person was dressed in green and looked free and unrestrained. He seemed to be stronger than Lin Zhe. Brother Qi. Lin Zhe was pleasantly surprised when he saw this person. Have you found Yuehua School? The green-robed man revealed a bitter smile. I found him. Not only did I find Yuehua School, but the other sects also appeared one after another. What's the situation? Didn't you say that these sects are very secretive and difficult to find? Lin Zhe asked doubtfully. The green-robed man was circulating his true chi and preparing to battle the giant elephant puppet. However, he still had no problem speaking. The mountain river martial spirit has appeared, and the human race's revival is in sight. The 12 sects that formed the sacred dynasty have also returned. Haven't you noticed that there are more and more practitioners who have awakened their incomplete martial spirits? Among the 12 sects, there are even people with complete martial spirits. Speaking of this, the green-robed man suddenly rushed out. "Brother, after this war is over, I will tell you the details." Lindsay had many questions, but he knew that now was not the time to talk. So he closed his eyes again and made use of the time to recover. If there was any danger, he would be able to fight. At this point, the enemies who were equivalent to 9th-level martial masters had their opponents and were temporarily unable to cause any harm to Sky Cloud City. The war had once again entered a stalemate stage. Suddenly, an 8th-level peak martial master's neck was instantly sliced off. He only had time to scream once before he lost all signs of life. What's going on? This sudden change made everyone on tenterhooks. Although an 8th-level peak martial master was not comparable to a 9th-level martial master, but his strength was still extremely valiant. How could he not be worried when his head was strangely chopped off? Consecutive screams were heard, and another 3 to 4 8th-level martial masters were killed. "Marshal Lin, there's an invisible assassin!" Ling Xiao shouted loudly. In the state of soul entrancing, he could see that there was an additional black shadow on the city moat. That's right, there was only one black shadow. However, this black shadow's cultivation was at the early stage of the 9th-level martial vein. He wasn't the strongest, but because he could hide his aura, even Lin Zhe didn't notice him. Invisible assassin. Hearing up to here, everyone could not help feeling a chill in their hearts. Unseen danger was the most terrifying danger. Ling Xiao noticed that this invisible assassin should be a ninja martial artist. He looked a little like Naruto. If he didn't guess wrong, it should be Ming Tian's father or uncle. He stopped fighting and reported the situation to Lin Zhe. This was a big deal. If something went wrong, everyone on the Moat Mountain would be killed except for Lin Zhe. This person was very smart. He only killed martial artists of the 9th tier and below. Even if a 9th tier martial artist could not see, their reactions were sharp enough. Once they got close, they might be killed instead. Ninja assassin? So, the Ninja Clan and the Blue Eyes Clan are in cahoots. Lin Zhe began to panic. "Marshal Lin, no matter what, we have to get rid of this assassin first. Otherwise, we will suffer heavy casualties." Dai Yuling said with a frown. "What a headache. If he doesn't come near me, I can't do anything about it." Lin Zhe rubbed his head. He was very strong, definitely much stronger than this assassin. He could kill him with a single slash. But the problem was that he could not see this assassin, nor could he sense his existence. The assassin would quickly escape after killing someone. Even if he attacked, it would be too late. "Marshal Lin, why don't we withdraw everyone and form a defensive formation? This way, the assassin won't be able to succeed easily." Someone suggested, "That won't do. For the sake of a stealthy assassin, if we were to rashly withdraw from the battlefield, those who are currently fighting with the enemy's 9th tier experts would lose their support and fall into a predicament." Lin Zhe shook his head. "But Marshal Lin, this invisible assassin, is very fast, and he is also able to hide his body and aura. Even a 9th-level martial master can only sense his existence at a close distance. We are simply unable to capture his movements." A peak 8th tier martial master smiled bitterly. The others also lowered their heads, not knowing what to do. Suddenly a few more martial artists were inexplicably stabbed in their vitals, dying tragically on the spot without even seeing the enemy. "Marshal Lin, I'll hold this guy back. How about you kill him?" Seeing this, Ling Xiao could not help but ask. He knew that he had no chance of winning against an early 9th-tier martial vein martial artist. Even if he escaped, it would be very difficult. He might even be killed. But seeing so many martial artists being killed by this person, he really could not remain indifferent. Many of the martial artists here were real men who had shed their blood on the battlefield to protect the lives of ordinary people. Now, they were being killed one by one. How could Ling Xiao just stand by and watch? The key was that he was the only one who could see the assassin's whereabouts. He could see it very clearly, and his eyes could follow it. No, Lin Zhe waved his hand and rejected Ling Xiao's suggestion. But at this moment, Ling Xiao suddenly roared, "9 moons, watch out behind you!" In Ling Xiao's sight, the assassin had sneaked behind General 9 Moons to attack. He probably thought that although General 9 Moons was strong, he was fighting a peak 9th-tier martial artist from the Blue Eyes clan, so it was more suitable for a sneak attack. General 9 Moons heard Ling Xiao's shout and did not dare to be negligent. He used all his strength to blast out a palm, temporarily pushing back the enemy on the battlefield. Then he jumped and used a very strange movement technique to avoid the sneak attack behind him. Even so, a part of his sleeve was still cut off. It was a close call. The assassin did not intend to fight General 9 Moons head-on. After failing his attack, he quickly escaped, causing General 9 Moons' counterattack to hit empty air. "Marshal Lin, I can't hesitate. This disciple understands that you are doing this for my own good, but I really won't die so easily." Ling Xiao had a good impression of General 9 Moons. If General 9 Moons was killed in front of him, it would be really difficult to accept. "Are you sure there's no problem?" Lin Zhe valued Ling Xiao the most. He really did not want Ling Xiao to take this risk. If Ling Xiao really died in battle because of this, then it would be too late for regrets. "Marshal Lin, you don't believe me?" Ling Xiao did not explain anything. He jumped out. Since Lin Zhe was worried about him, he would let Lin Zhe be at ease. "I'll be right back." On the battlefield, Ling Xiao completely concealed his aura. If one did not pay attention, they would think that he had suddenly disappeared from the battlefield. He was there, but there was no aura. In addition, the battlefield was very chaotic. It was really impossible to see him with just the eyes. Huff! Ling Xiao took a deep breath. He did not expose any aura, but at this time, he was able to condense his true origin energy on the drifting snow sword in his hand. This seemed to be a very contradictory thing, but he had managed to do it. This was because he did not rely on martial arts to conceal his aura. He relied on the model of the mountain river martial soul. At this time, he was acting like an ordinary person. Chapter 215. Under the state of soul imprint, the mountain river martial spirit's analytical abilities sped up. Ling Xiao was paying attention to every move of the invisible ninja assassin. This included the changes in his muscles and bones, as well as the flow of his true origin. It even included the direction of his next target. Everything was under Ling Xiao's control. He kept getting closer to the invisible assassin, but he didn't attack. He was waiting for the moment when his opponent would attack. That was when his opponent was at his strongest, and also when his opponent's weakness was the greatest. "Lin Shuai, your disciple is really not simple." Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Ling Xiao was simply an oriole waiting to pounce, and the invisible assassin was a praying mantis. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although Ling Xiao didn't reveal any aura, he stood there like an ordinary but sharp sword. Once unsheathed, blood would definitely be spilled. Whoosh! The invisible assassin finally found his next target. Although his sneak attack on General Yu didn't succeed, it caused a huge impact. General Yu, who originally had the upper hand, was at a disadvantage in the following battle. So this time, his target was still the level 9 experts. General Yu? Ling Xiao realized that the invisible assassin was speeding towards General Yu. If his attack landed, General Yu would be seriously injured even if he didn't die. He could imagine that General Yu, who was fighting a level 9 peak demonic beast, would be in a terrible state when faced with this sudden attack. Whoosh! At that moment, Ling Xiao also turned into an afterimage and shot out. Lindsay and the others instantly became nervous. They didn't dare to make a sound, afraid that the invisible assassin would notice Ling Xiao's existence. This scene caused many martial artists who were in the midst of battle to become nervous. Their opponents weren't very strong, so they still had the time to pay attention to Ling Xiao's situation. Uft! Ah! The drifting snow sword pierced the invisible assassin's head, and a flower of blood floated out. The invisible assassin cried out in alarm and suddenly retreated. There's blood, and there's a scream. His attack actually succeeded. How amazing! Even a peak 8th stage martial master found it hard to understand how Ling Xiao had managed to stab the invisible assassin. Even if he could completely restrain his aura, his opponent was constantly moving at high speed. He would only pause for a moment when he attacked. This opportunity was fleeting. Even they were unable to grasp it. How did Ling Xiao, a 7th level martial vein martial master, do it? What a pity! Ling Xiao retreated almost at the same time as the invisible assassin, his figure quickly disappearing. The other party didn't even notice who had launched the attack. It was a pity that Ling Xiao was not very satisfied with this attack. The other party was indeed worthy of being an early 9th level martial vein realm martial master. Even if he was an assassin, his defensive power was not something an ordinary martial artist could compare to. Although Ling Xiao didn't use any powerful martial skills to ensure that his sword strike hit its target, it only managed to pierce through the skin a little. It was too hard. After all, the drifting snow sword was a fine-grade artifact. However, the fact that he was injured meant that it was still effective. Since one sword wasn't enough, then 13, Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a sneer. He knew that he couldn't kill this invisible assassin, but what he wanted to do was not to kill him, but to infuriate him. Then, he would let the other party change the assassination target to Ling Xiao. Lin Shuai, are you relieved now? Ling Xiao returned to Lin Zai's side and said with a smile, You brat, forget it. Be careful. I'll ambush you nearby. You lure that guy over, and I'll kill him. Lin Zai didn't know why, but he felt that Ling Xiao was really reassuring, even more so than the 12 Tiger Guards. Lin Shuai, although your idea is good, it's okay to deal with demonic beasts and mechanical beasts. However, it's not good enough to deal with cunning ninjas. Ling Xiao said with a smile, I have a better idea. So. Can it really work? After listening to Ling Xiao's method, Lin Zai couldn't help but frown. Don't worry, it will definitely work. Ling Xiao nodded. Well then, we'll do as you say. Lin Zai also thought about it. If he ambushed, it would definitely arouse the other party's suspicion. After all, a peak 9th level martial vein, realm martial master, suddenly disappeared. Anyone would become cautious. The next moment, Ling Xiao used the same trick again. When the invisible assassin launched another sneak attack, he drew his sword again. But this time, the other party was obviously prepared. Little bastard, it's you. The invisible assassin discovered Ling Xiao's existence. He was so angry that he wanted to spit fire. He was actually injured by a 7th level martial vein, realm martial master. If this spread out, it would be embarrassing. He carefully glanced at Lin Zai's position. he found that Lin Zhe was still sitting there, recovering from his injuries. He was relieved. This shouldn't be a trap. This kid's first sneak attack was successful, so he was a little proud and came for the second time. Well, since you like sneak attacks so much, I'll let you die under a sneak attack. The Ninja Clan's invisible assassin sneered. He lightly blocked Ling Zhao's attack and prepared to counterattack. But suddenly, he felt that something was wrong. The attack of this 7th-level martial vein, Realm Martial Master, was far stronger than he had imagined. Even he had to be careful. Moreover, after the opponent's sword, there was another sword. What was even more terrifying was that this sword attack seemed to have completely accumulated into a single attack, increasing the attack power by several times. Stinking brat, you're courting death. A total of 13 swords. The attack of a mere 7th-level martial vein, Realm Martial Master, actually made him unable to counterattack for a while. This was too embarrassing. Although he was not injured, he was angry. He suddenly stabbed out with his dagger, trying to kill this complacent kid on the spot. Bang! The young warrior in front of him collapsed and disappeared into smoke. Clone. And it was a martial spirit clone. Could this kid be a disciple of the 12 hidden sects? The invisible assassin was shocked. However, in this moment of pause, Ling Zhao had already used his strongest move, flying snow. And it was even more pure and powerful flying snow. It was even more powerful than the move he used against Ming Tian that day. Puchi. This time, the invisible assassin was not lightly injured. He had been stabbed in the leg, and it was a wound so deep that bone could be seen. Aren't you fast? Then I'll stab your leg. Lin Shuai, it's up to you. Cloud Dragon, Godly Travel. After stabbing the invisible assassin, Ling Zhao did not have the slightest intention of staying. He used his extraordinary movement technique to turn around and flee. Before the invisible assassin could understand what was going on, a large saber suddenly appeared in front of him. Lin Zhe was a peak 9th-level expert. Even if it was a distance of several hundred meters, he could cross it in an instant. He definitely had the ability to kill the invisible assassin in an instant, but unfortunately he could not see this guy. But now, Ling Zhao had poured his Sky Dragon true essence into the invisible assassin's body through the floating snow sword. Even when invisible, that trace of Sky Dragon true essence could still show the position of the invisible assassin. Of course, the invisible assassin did not understand this. He did not understand why Ling Zhao insisted on attacking him, even though he knew that he could not kill him. Chapter 216. Kacha. There was no shocking aura. This was because Lin Zhe had condensed all his anger and true essence on the blade. With this slash, the invisible assassin only had time to move his body slightly before a third of his right arm, body, and leg were cut off. The saber technique used by Lin Zhe seemed ordinary, but it was a genuine extraordinary saber technique. In addition, his cultivation was much stronger than the invisible assassin's. If this slash had hit a vital point, the invisible assassin would have died without a doubt. However, in the end, he was still at a disadvantage because he could not see anyone. He could only follow the guidance of the heavenly dragon true essence to attack, but it was still slightly off. Even so, the invisible assassin was still struggling at death's door as he fled in panic towards the local battle formation. You want to leave after killing someone? Dream on. If it was an early 9th-level martial vein, Realm Martial Master at his peak, Ling Zhao would definitely not be a match for him. But at this moment, the invisible assassin only had half of his life left. Not to mention him, even an ordinary 7th-level martial master could kill this guy. After all, Lin Zhe's attack was no joke. Not only did it cause superficial damage, but it also caused true essence to wreak havoc in the opponent's body. Lin Zhe's true essence was like a steel needle, causing the invisible assassin to be extremely weak. He was so weak that most martial masters had the ability to kill him. The problem was that this guy could be invisible, so no one could do anything. I'll send you on your way. Bloodblade Shadow King / Ling Zhao's Cloud Dragon. Divine travel was too fast. In an instant, he caught up with the fleeing invisible assassin. Then he shook his sword. At an extremely strange angle, he stabbed at the invisible assassin's weakest spot. Puchi. Once again, the invisible assassin was stabbed by Ling Zhao. The result this time was naturally different from before. The invisible assassin was not injured before and did not have to deal with Lin Zhe's terrifying true essence. And now, the invisible assassin's strength was probably not even comparable to a peak 7th level martial vein realm martial artist. Ling Zhao's sword stabbed out as a crazy amount of snow lotus true essence poured into the drifting snow sword, fusing with the body of the invisible assassin. The wound that had already split open became even more terrifying. Crack! Crack! The invisible assassin's body gradually froze, and then appeared in front of everyone. Ling Zhao lightly kicked over, and the sparkling and translucent body fell to the ground and turned into ice cubes. Even though there wasn't a huge commotion, there was no terrifying destruction. However, this scene deeply shocked all the warriors who saw this scene. The invisible assassin has been killed. The biggest problem has been solved. What's that young man's name? He doesn't even know? He is Lin Shuai's true disciple, Ling Zhao. No wonder, so it was him. No wonder he could kill the invisible assassin. The battlefield was in an uproar. The morale of the city defense mountain's defending army soared once again, and the battle situation started to tilt towards Sky Cloud City's advantage. Even in the battle between the 9th stage experts, Sky Cloud City's side had started to gain the upper hand. Good lad, well done. Lin Zhe stood there with his broadsword resting on his shoulder. The wound on his shoulder had been torn open due to the previous slash, and it was bleeding, but he didn't care at all. His heart was only filled with excitement and joy. That was his disciple, his true disciple. Lin Shuai, whose credit should this go to? Ling Zhao smiled and asked, Naturally, it's you. Lin Zhe smiled and said, If it wasn't for you, the number of people who died in the hands of the invisible assassin would have increased, and even the 9th stage experts would have fallen because of this. With you around, everything has changed. I'm only here to assist. It's too embarrassing to snatch credit from you. Anyone with discerning eyes could tell that this battle to kill the invisible assassin was initiated by Ling Zhao, planned by Ling Zhao, and finally settled by Ling Zhao. Without Lin Zhe, other experts could also complete the task. But without Ling Zhao, no one could do anything. With the death of the invisible assassin, the ninjas instantly turned into a pile of loose sand, totally losing their fighting spirit. Without the help of the ninjas, the Blue Eyes clan couldn't do anything on their own and gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. It could be said that if there were no other accidents, this battle should have ended here. In the battle, just now, Ling Zhao had consumed a lot of energy, so he retreated to the back and began to recover his true essence. Dad, in the battle formation of the Blue Eyes clan, there was a man wrapped in black clothes. He was Ming Tian. Seeing his father's tragic death, killed by Ling Zhao, he couldn't wait to rush over to avenge his father. But he was quickly stopped by the ninjas. You'll die if you go. Don't forget that the 12 hidden sects of the human race have reappeared in the world. We have to be more careful. Otherwise, if we offend the people of the 12 sects, we won't even know how we died. Are the 12 hidden sects really that scary? Ming Tian was a little unconvinced. Humph, what if I told you that your master, Master Baiyun, is just an outer disciple of the Yuehua school, one of the 12 sects? What would you think? What? Ming Tian's eyes widened. completely unable to accept this. Don't be so surprised. Rumor has it that the 12 hidden sects will only reappear in the world when the mountain and river martial spirit appears, and the outer disciples of the 12 sects are all transcendents. The ninja continued. The 12 sects are the 12 sects that founded the human race's sacred dynasty. After you reach the transcendents, find a way to enter them. If you can't enter the 12 sects, it's impossible to annex the human race's sacred dynasty. Ming Tian gritted his teeth and said, I understand. I'll remember my father's revenge. After he finished speaking, he turned and left the battlefield. Under the command of the ninja expert, all the ninja warriors on the battlefield actually retreated completely. Damn ninjas! How dare you betray us? When the Blue Eyes Clan's peak 9th level powerhouse saw this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This war was originally discussed with the ninjas. They were in the open, while the ninjas were in the dark, but now they had been betrayed. General, we can't hold on any longer. The human race has begun to counterattack. General, what should we do? Should we retreat? The giant elephant puppet has been suppressed. We have no other means. The Blue Eyes Clan fell into panic. Sky Cloud City's side finally changed from defense to offense and began a strategic counterattack. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged quietly at the back. Currently, the human race had the upper hand on the battlefield, so he didn't need to be anxious. He had just obtained a complete ninja soul from the ninja assassin, the Shadow Ninja Soul. This was a very terrifying ninja soul. Although it didn't have any effect on attack or defense, it could completely make the warrior invisible. Not only would the body be invisible, even the breath would completely disappear. Unless one's cultivation was stronger than the Shadow Ninja Soul and had a higher realm or special ability, otherwise one wouldn't be able to detect it. If one's strength was stronger, they might be able to sense it within 10 meters. The so-called Big Realm referred to the improvement between the 9th level martial vein and the Transcendence. So it could be said that under the Transcendence, the Shadow Ninja Soul was almost invincible. If the ninja assassin hadn't met the freak Ling Xiao today, he might have been able to completely change the situation of the battlefield. Chapter 217. Ling Xiao had never tried to fuse two martial souls together, but it wasn't a difficult task. He realized that the Mountain River martial soul's biggest feature was its compatibility. Not only could it absorb any martial soul, but it could also fuse two or more martial souls together to form a new martial soul. He hadn't tried it before because he didn't have enough martial souls. But now he could give it a try. Blood Saber Martial Soul and Shadow Martial Soul. He closed his eyes, and his soul entered the Mountain River Martial Soul. He found that the Mountain River diagram listed the features of the Blood Saber Martial Soul and Shadow Martial Soul in detail. Blood Saber Martial Soul strengthens weapon-type martial skills, can make moves more unpredictable, can summon Blood Saber Ancestor to help. Shadow Martial Soul hides all auras, invisibility, can control shadows. After these two martial souls fused, the new martial soul was also listed. The new martial soul had all the features of the Blood Saber Martial Soul and the Shadow Martial Soul. The fusion of these two martial souls was really good, but some martial soul fusions weren't so suitable. For example, the Black Bear Martial Soul and the Shadow Martial Soul that focused on strength were difficult to fuse. Even if they fused, there would be many problems with their features canceling out each other. The Mountain River Martial Soul would give the answer whether the features would be canceled out or not. Ling Xiao didn't have to worry about it. The new martial soul will be called Blood Shadow. Ling Xiao thought for a while and gave the new martial soul a name. Because the Blood Shadow Martial Soul had inherited the features of the Shadow Martial Soul and the Blood Saber Martial Soul, it was now a complete martial soul. In this way, Ling Xiao had 3 complete martial souls. In the previous battle to eliminate the illusion pill dealer, he had also obtained a thunder god spirit. At that time, because many things had happened and the thunder god spirit didn't seem to be compatible with his moves, he didn't transform it. But now was different. Since he found that martial souls could be fused, he could give it a try. The main feature of the thunder god martial soul was that it had lightning attribute damage and could summon the thunder god to attack. This didn't conflict with any martial soul. However, after some thought, Ling Xiao decided to merge the thunder god martial soul and the black bear martial soul to form the thunder bear martial soul. As a result, not only did this martial soul possess the characteristics of the black bear martial soul, but it also possessed the lightning attribute, greatly increasing its power. Ghost Ship Remnant Soul, Giant Sword Remnant Soul, Thunder Bear Remnant Soul, Blood Shadow Martial Soul, Virtual Form, Dark Cloud Martial Soul, Transparent Form, Cherry Tree Martial Soul, Transparent Form, Mountain River Martial Soul, Unknown. These were all of Ling Xiao's martial souls. He did not choose to fuse them again, because according to the analysis of the Mountain and River Martial Soul, the result of fusing the other martial souls would not be very good. He would either lose a lot of characteristics or be unable to fuse with them. Although fusing with one's martial soul was the best way to improve the performance of one's martial soul, it didn't mean that it would be better. Ling Xiao would choose the best way to use his martial soul. Moreover, he already had 3 complete martial souls that could be used in battle. There was no need to rush to fuse them. Furthermore, if a martial soul had too many characteristics, it would affect the performance of certain characteristics. Generally speaking, it was best to fuse 3 martial souls into one. It would be a waste to fuse more, and it would be counterproductive. Taking a deep breath, Ling Xiao opened his eyes. After the martial soul fusion, although his cultivation did not improve, he had a lot more ways to use his martial souls. His fighting strength had also improved a lot. If he met the invisible assassin again, he would definitely be able to deal with it more easily. And, just as Ling Xiao stood up, suddenly he felt a bone-piercing chill all over his body. It was as if a pair of eyes were staring at him, causing his blood to freeze. He looked in the direction of the gaze. His face became extremely ugly. Among the Blue Eyes clan, there was a middle-aged man, about 40 years old. This person was dressed in black, like an unsheathed blade of slaughter. Just by standing there, he could give people a huge sense of oppression. Of course, this was not the reason why Ling Xiao's face changed. After all, his soul was strong. The oppression that the opponent gave him from a mile away was not enough to make him afraid. The reason why his face changed was because the analysis of the Mountain and River martial soul told him that this person's strength was stronger than Master Baiyun. Transcendence Realm. This was the 3rd Transcendence Realm practitioner that he had met. The first was the blue-robed lady. The second was Master Baiyun, and the third was this person, the black-robed man, sneered at Ling Xiao, as if he was looking at a group of corpses without any emotions. At this moment, the Blue Eyes clan's 9th level peak martial master actually gave the order to retreat. The Sky Cloud City's guards, who were in high spirits, thought that the enemy was escaping, so they prepared to give chase. Lin Zhe also stood up and prepared to give the order to give chase. Marshal Lin, get everyone to retreat and form a defensive formation. Ling Xiao suddenly shouted. No one understood why Ling Xiao did this. Lin Zhe also hesitated for a moment, but due to his trust in Ling Xiao, he still changed the sound of the attack drum to that of a retreat. The gong sounded. No matter if they were willing or not, as soldiers, they had to retreat. The city guards who were preparing to give chase retreated and formed a new defense on the city defense mountain. Ling Xiao, what's going on? If we miss this opportunity, I won't be able to answer to the soldiers. Although Lin Zhe followed Ling Xiao's instructions, but until now, he still didn't understand why. Ling Xiao didn't say a word, only pointing his finger to the front. A woo! Just at this moment, a cry that sounded like it came from hell was heard, and all the city guards shuddered. Lindsay didn't ask anymore, because he knew that something terrifying was coming. That was a wolf's cry. But after that wolf cry, even the 9th level peak demonic beasts started to shiver, not to mention the other demonic beasts. On the city guard's side, the 9th level peak practitioners also felt that their breathing was not smooth and their true essence was in disorder, so suppressed that they felt like vomiting blood. Bang, bang, bang. A series of falling sounds were heard. Those practitioners who were below the martial master realm actually fell straight onto the ground, and the lower their cultivation, the worse the situation. Luckily, Ling Xiao reminded them, and they didn't rush over. Relying on the 9th level expert's chi to protect them, they were only seriously injured. If they really rushed over, they believed that all of them would die from bleeding from their 7 orifices. This is a ferocious beast. Qi Yuan clenched his teeth and said, "Ferocious beast? The rumored demonic beast, which had broken through the 9th level peak limit? The demonic beast, which is equivalent to a human transcendence realm practitioner?" Lindsay asked in shock, "Brother Qi, are you sure?" "It can't be wrong. If you don't have any transcendence realm practitioners here, then Sky Cloud City will definitely not be able to hold on." Qi Yuan's expression turned extremely ugly. He was very clear about the ferocious beast's terror, even if it was a slightly weaker transcendence realm practitioner. If they met one, they would have to retreat. Moreover, there weren't any strong practitioners of that realm here. "Senior brother, quickly go and get Master." Lindsay looked at the White Cloud Observatory Master and shouted anxiously, "This concerns the lives of tens of millions of people in Sky Cloud City."